I know this is not a proper house sitting, that is a session, but we decided to use the house, the chambers of the NCOP. So we just want to uphold the decorum of the house. Thank you. Thank you very much. We may be seated. Thank you, Lutuli. I'm so excited that you are here, my dear. Thank you very much. So, all of us know that the NCOP is essentially the house where the three spheres of government come together. And I don't want to actually run ahead of the chairperson of what he will be saying in his opening remarks, but I just think it is important that we remind ourselves that that is essentially why we are here together here. For those on the platform, on the virtual platform, please make sure that you use your gadget correctly, like how we usually advise. I don't have the whole sentences in front of me now, but can we do it the way we usually advise? And if possible, because this is a different session, if you want to make an input, please open your video, those that are on the platform. I hope that someone inside here is also connected to the virtual platform so that we can, thank you, Mzwai, so that we can be able to take care of all of that. Usually, we will start with the national anthem, but no one have indicated to me whether they have prepared for the national anthem. Mzwai, did they prepare for the national anthem? Just I'm giving you a minute to find out. Shirley, do you have the anthem? If not, we are going to continue. Tomorrow morning, we will want you to play us the national anthem, please. Otherwise, we can sing if you agree. Lutuli, can we sing the national anthem? Okay, let's sing the national anthem. Mawini.
Nkosi sikeleli Afrika malupakayisa Isaita so yetu sikeleli Murena bolo kasi chanso o felice dintori batwenye o se bolo ke o
se bolo
se so Die blow van onze Heer, en die diepte van ons Heer, voor ons Heer. Just waar die kransen wordt Heer. Songs that call to come together, united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa.
Thank you very much. Amandla had another platform. Thank you very much. I will now call on our Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Honorable Mr. A.N. Masondo, to do the opening and welcoming. Over to you, Chairperson.
Yes, thank you very much, honorable members. Today I looked at the headlines of Cape Times, and the screaming headlines basically says Mayambela Lipasa send Bafana to AFCON. What a pleasant surprise. Bafana is through. But of course, we know that the inspiration also comes from Banyana. And for those of us who really follow football in South Africa, you would have noticed that Shalulile scored, and Namibia is also through. Yes. Now, program director, deputy chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, NCOP House chairpersons for committees and oversight, Honorable Nyambi. I haven't seen him. I'm sure he's on the platform. NCOP House chairperson for international relations and member support, Honorable Winnie Ngwenya. NCOP Chief Whip, Honorable Seiso Mohai, may also be on the platform as well, wherever he is in the world. Chairpersons of committees from the provincial legislatures, members of parliament and provincial legislatures, representatives of the South African Local Government Association, SALGA. I saw Lance Joel here. I'm sure the other SALGA members are also present. Others are on the platform. I'm told that the president of SALGA would have loved to be here physically. It's also an awkward time and period when municipal councils are meeting. So he's preparing for also a meeting for his own municipal council as a mayor. We are pleased to indicate that he is on the platform and may join us and become visible from time to time. Representatives of government and non-government organizations, ladies and gentlemen. Program Director, let me start by expressing appreciation at the opportunity given me to make the opening remarks at this year's 3-sphere planning session, which is held under the theme, Delineating Key Priorities for Consolidation and Implementation during the final year of the 6th Parliament. It is worth noting that this session seeks to promote cooperation in planning and implementation processes, especially in the light of the fact that we are in the penultimate year of the 6th administration or 6th Parliament. In the main, the 3-sphere planning approach, which was launched in October, 2020 is necessitated by the cross-cutting nature of the issues that fall under the legislative sector program or sector parliaments. As many would know, the legislative sector saw it fit to implement sector activities to give designated groups an opportunity to directly interact with the public representatives and government agencies. The aim behind these activities is to unlock opportunities for socio-economic advancement. On the imperative of cooperative government, the program director, our constitution identifies 3 spheres of government, which makes up the government of the Republic. These are national, provincial, and local spheres of government. It defines these spheres as distinctive, interdependent, and interrelated. In terms of our constitutional scheme, the national government is responsible for formulating policies and regulatory frameworks, setting national norms and standards, and providing the requisite funding and overseeing implementation. The provincial government is responsible for implementation in accordance with national frameworks and standards, whereas a municipality has the right to govern on its own initiative the local government affairs of its community, subject to national and provincial legislation. Taking this into account, proper planning and coordination are critical in assisting the 3 spheres of government to tackle the current challenges we face as a society, chief amongst them poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Unfortunately, at the present moment, the energy crisis is constraining our recovery and growth prospects in the context of a difficult domestic and global economic environment. In the face of this reality, our legislative institutions have the responsibility to contribute to the process of fast-tracking the transformation of our society. They ought to do so in a manner which promotes cooperation and coordination and collaboration as the key ingredients for ensuring accountable, coherent, and effective government. As the participants would recall, Chapter 3 of the Constitution states that all the spheres of government and all organs of state within each sphere must, amongst other things, provide effective, transparent, accountable, and coherent government. Further, it states that they must coordinate with one another in mutual trust and good faith by, amongst others, coordinating their actions and legislation with one another. It is against this background, Program Director, that we appreciate the positioning and role of the National Council of Provinces, a House of Parliament which has the constitutional authority to bring the representatives of the different spheres of government under one roof. The Constitution locates the NCOP at the cutting edge of our system of cooperative government. In so doing, it creates through the NCOP the possibility to oversee governance issues in a harmonized manner. On key focal areas for the remainder of the term, Program Director, at the beginning of the 6th Parliament, we made a commitment that by the end of this term in 2024, we shall have increased government's responsiveness and accountability. This means that come the end of the term, we ought to be able to produce evidence that clearly demonstrates our achievement of that and or this outcome. Therefore, in whatever we plan to do, we must ensure that we promote public accountability and a government that responds to the needs of the people. One way of achieving this is by following up on the commitments that government itself has made and will be resourcing. In a State of the Nation address early in February this year, the President of the Republic made a commitment that government will concentrate on the issues that concern South Africans the most. He said that these are load shedding, unemployment, poverty and rising cost of living, crime, and corruption. Accordingly, he laid out plans on how government is to respond to these challenges, building on the work that has been done so far. For example, with regard to the energy crisis, he mentioned the 5 key interventions announced by government last year, which are: 1, fix Eskom's coal-fired power stations and improve the availability of existing supply. 2, enable and accelerate private investment in generation capacity. 3, accelerate procurement of new capacity from renewables, gas, and battery storage. 4, unleash business and household to invest in rooftop solar. And 5, fundamentally transform the electricity sector to achieve long-term energy security. As we know, following the State of the Nation address, the Minister of Finance outlined in his budget speech how these interventions will be resourced, including the announcement of 2 tax measures to encourage businesses and individuals to invest in renewable energy and increase electricity generation. Importantly, with regard to non-payment for electricity, he said that the measures, which include the installation and prepaid meters, would seek to correct the underlying behavior of non-payment and operational practices in the municipalities. Program Director, it is important to note that according to National Treasury, municipalities owed Eskom 56.3 billion rand by the end of the last quarter, that is December 2022. However, around the same time, the municipalities themselves were owed about 140 billion rand by residents in services rendered. The issue of payment for services is therefore, as we all know, very, very important. The availability of electricity is crucial if we are to power our economy to the point where we are able to create more opportunities for South Africans who are currently not participating in the economy. It is also important in dealing with crime. As we all know, already crime syndicates do take advantage of the electricity downtime to commit crime, including stealing the cables we rely on for the provision of electricity, thus escalating the cost to government of fixing the energy problem. Therefore, it is key that we remain seized with the issues that have been identified as requiring national effort, so that through our integrated oversight approach, we can be able to support the goals that government has set itself in this regard. This is important because even the budget we will be processing as Parliament in the next quarter will be geared towards addressing the challenges that government has placed high on the agenda. In conclusion, Program Director, this session seeks to promote cooperation in planning and implementation processes from the point of view of the legislative sector. This is against the backdrop of the serious challenges that continue to face us, which include poverty and unemployment. The legislative sector's role in this regard is to ensure that government is kept accountable and that in the final analysis, the interests of the people are met and their needs are addressed. However, we are facing a conundrum in that some of the key agents for the resolution of the challenges we have are crippled by debt. and we should factor this in the conversations we have with them. Program Director, please allow me to state that I do honestly and sincerely appreciate the opportunity to make these remarks, and I'm happy to be part of today's deliberations. And that I'm looking forward to, like I'm sure all of us, to go through a process that will constitute finally, when all is said and done, of a fruitful deliberations as we consider the many issues and challenges that face us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. Before we continue, but give the Chairperson a proper applause. I want this acting premiers to to give the Chairperson a proper applause. But thank you very much, Chairperson. I think in a way you really set the tone for what we want to achieve for this 1.5 days that we will be here together here. Before I also add to what the Chairperson have already said, I just want us to take note of how the program will now transpire from now on, because we are properly welcomed. The Chairperson have opened our session. So we will be giving some contextualization remarks, but the most important part for this morning will be the issue of the input by Professor Maluleke on the National Planning Commission and on the National Development Plan. And they will then be taking us through. We had an engagement a few months ago with the NPC, and we realized that the relevance of the National Development Plan and the National Planning Commission should be put out there so that more of us begin to understand better what we want to achieve in terms of making sure that we are in sync with what we called our strategic view because we called it Vision 2030, but are we really in sync with the vision that we want to achieve with our National Development Plan? So that for the better part of the morning, we will then be engaging with that, as well as with the CGE, as well as with the Finance and Fiscal Commission. Throughout our engagements in our sectoral work, they have been very much a part of that. We will then now, after lunch, those that will be presiding will actually inform us as to the speakers in the afternoon. But I can mention that the Minister of COCTA, as well as the Minister of Small Business Development, will only be available tomorrow because it's cabinet today, and already we got 2 ministers that will be part of our program today. I mean, today is cabinet, so tomorrow they will be here. We already got 2 ministers to be part of our program today, so we couldn't get more because of the fact that they are also busy with their own program as the executive. So it is within this context that we are having this session, as Chairperson have already indicated, where the NCOP is actually located with regards to the issues of cooperative governance and intergovernmental relations. So it is within this context that we are having this planning session, a session that seeks to establish coherence in our planning and implementation processes. Through this mechanism, we seek to address our deficiencies as the broader governance construct and strengthen collaboration between the different spheres of government to accelerate the implementation of the NDP. This session also seeks to ensure that the appropriate mechanisms are put in place so as to effectively address policy implementation weaknesses and coordination disjunctures across the 3 spheres of government. It also seeks to identify and address underlying weaknesses across the political and bureaucratic interface, which often impede the implementation of key development priorities. We further seek to establish and institutionalize coherence in our planning and implementations processes particularly as they relate to the development catalyzing priorities of the NDP, while enabling the NCOP to perform its constitutional mandate to appropriately serve as a three-sphere coordination and implementation construct through targeted and outcome-based oversight. This program further seeks to delineate critical priorities as responsive to South Africa's broader developmental landscape, while invoking the NCOP's coordination role in the three spheres in order to fast-track the implementation of priorities that require collaboration for effective implementation. I think South Africa is one of the first countries to formulate intergovernmental relations, and it has gone through phases. The first phase was predominantly informal and spontaneous. The second phase from 2005 was predominantly statute-driven after the enactment of the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act. However, over the years, our IGR has functioned far below the required standard, and the forum that exists often become forums of dominance rather than forums of cooperation and consultation. Uncertainty is rife about the status of intergovernmental relations, decisions, and recommendations, as well as who is responsible for the follow-up of recommendations. It is a question that came out in our committee planning session, where the issue of who is responsible for follow-up with regards to recommendations, and also to illustrate the imminent failure of IGR, the IGR framework in 2020, President Ramaphosa made a public pronouncement that government intends to allocate 40% of public procurement expenditure. It's one example towards women-owned enterprises. Several years down the line, the president stated that the target is not being implemented. Who was supposed to follow up? And that is what we actually try to do, to make sure that we are on a basis where we can coordinate our follow-up or our oversight priorities. Possible factors contributing to this failure are the lack of clear draft policy documents and the lack of clear legislative provision and guidelines in existing procurement legislative frameworks. There is no horizontal integration between activities of various government departments, and there is lack of understanding of what intergovernmental relations means by both politicians and bureaucrats. Hence, we seem to be failing in the implementation of key policy priorities of our country, like the National Development Plan. So moving forward, as we move in unison to strengthen our planning and coordination process across the three spheres, we need to remain cognizant of the urgency to implement with utmost speed, the urgency to be responsive to the needs of our people, and the urgency to deepen the impact of our work. We must also remain cognizant that every province has its own unique developmental challenges, which must remain at the center of response plans, budgeting agendas, implementation processes, as well as our oversight agendas. We must be able to crystallize key deliverables that must be recorded before the end of this dispensation, particularly in line with the country's overarching development priorities. We must further be able to put measures and markers in place to enable an accelerated move towards implementing our developmental priorities in this dispensation. As a legislative sector, our committees may need to look at their mandates and reassess their work, keeping in mind what they would like to achieve by the end of this term, which is in any case just a few months away. Keeping in mind the issues raised by the President during SONA and by various state of the province addresses. The district developmental model must move away from being a concept to a viable instrument that will give effect to the vision of a joined-up government. We need to be in a position to can provide us with an opportunity to proactively interrogate, for instance, the cooperation and collaboration of the different spheres of government and organs of the state to attend to the challenges that impact service provision. As I have already indicated, we are a few months before the end of the sixth administration. There are a number of things that we may have wanted to pursue, but this is the moment to re-examine and ensure that we prioritize those interventions that will really, really benefit the people. For us as the NCOP, it is a critical year for delineating critical priorities to shape our oversight agenda. particularly for purposes of ensuring targeted policy implementation drive. We intend to institutionalize this process by developing a cluster of interleague tracking, monitoring, oversight, impact assessment, and report back mechanisms, which will run in tandem with the implementation timelines to be articulated by the planning session in line with Parliament's transformative development agenda. In recognizing the NCOP as an evolving apex chamber for advancing South Africa's transformative agenda, it is imperative to emphasize that the NCOP rules were updated in December 2021 in order to address the weaknesses in three-sphere coordination, particularly in relation to tracking the implementation of key priorities. So the rule of the NCOP Rule 11 imbues the imperative of developing a spatial intelligence oversight strategy across South Africa's broader developmental landscape to complement existing mechanisms and systems. And this rule further empowers the NCOP to exercise political oversight and three-sphere coordination in the referral and processing of executive undertakings so as to track NCOP oversight deliverables. I am really hopeful that this will be a very productive session and that in the end we will have a clear indication of where we want to focus our work for the remainder of the term while developing the appropriate tracking and impact assessment mechanisms to accelerate the implementation of the development priorities of the National Development Plan. We have already, thank you very much. I just thought, let me just contextualize a little bit what we are actually envisaging with what we are doing today. But I will now continue with the program because they requested me to actually preside over this first part. And I will now call on Professor Maluleke, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Planning Commission of South Africa. So he will be speaking about the high impact priorities, the programs and projects delineated for consolidation and accelerated implementation during the last 12 months of this dispensation. And he will also be giving a perspective from the National Planning Commission work streams. Over to you, Professor. Thank you.
Good morning, Dumelang,
Aye.
Avshen,
Eh,
Tanbonani, Honorable Chairperson Masondo, Honorable Lucas, members of the NCOP. It is a great honor for us as members of the Third National Planning Commission to make a presentation to you this morning about planning. We are the Third Planning Commission and our business is planning, because planning is not an optional extra. Planning is not what we do after we have done what we have done. It's what we do before we do
oh yes.
what needs to be done. The Third National Planning Commission is an independent body comprising experts in different fields, many of whom are leaders in their own spheres, already proven to be leaders. We come to this function as commissioners with a great deal of humility, understanding how important planning is for a young democracy as South Africa is. You will agree with me that our country was born out of a yearning, a deep-seated yearning for freedom. This yearning was like a fire that burned inside the hearts of our ancestors who fought countless wars, some of which were called frontier wars. It was the same yearning that led to the establishment of our liberation movements and all the struggles that we have been through as a people. But once the dream of freedom was fulfilled in 1994, it was no longer sufficient merely to have a yearning or even just a dream. It became necessary to have a plan, because without a plan, all the things we have achieved may evaporate, and soon enough, we may not have even what was achieved, and we know what I'm talking about. So this body, the National Planning Commission, comprising 27 commissioners from all walks of life, experts, leaders, thought leaders, has a task of continuing to look after the National Development Plan. The National Development Plan, as you know, was adopted by Parliament in 2012. It's 10 years later now, at least going for 11 since we have had that. And now we have before us a great task as a National Planning Commission. And that task is to provide advice to government and also to make sure that the National Development Plan is not forgotten, but stays at the center of all planning, of all departments of government, and stays in the sight of Parliament and the NCOP. That is, in short, what our task is all about. 2 planning commissions were appointed before us, and we are the 3rd planning commission. We have understood our particular mandate to be that of ensuring that there is implementation of the plan, and ensuring that this National Development Plan stays at the center, as I said earlier. And so, under the leadership of our chairperson, Honorable Minister Marupini Ramokgopa, we want to translate the dreams that have come from the past into a plan. And that plan is, of course, the National Development Plan. We are now within 7-8 years to 2030, which was the vision that was established for us in 2012. We know now that we are off course. We know that there are many of the 2030 vision elements that are still unfulfilled. We don't have quality health care for all, not yet. We have not improved the quality of education, training, and innovation as contained in our National Development Plan. The special effects of apartheid are still in our faces. The public service needs reformation. Social protection is still not where we want it to be. Our economy does not create enough jobs. If anything, it has been creating less and less jobs. All these things I'm reading are parts of the Vision 2030. We haven't transitioned to a low carbon economy, and our economy is not yet inclusive and integrated. Our communities remain unsafe. If you read the NDP, you get a feel of what South Africa ought not merely to look like, but also to feel like in 2030. It is our job to keep pushing towards that vision as the National Planning Commission. The Secretary of the National Planning Commission, Dr. Kifilwe, Masiteng will now present to you the plan of the current NPC, what we are doing and how we hope to course correct and assist government and parliament and the people of South Africa in making sure that we are back on course. I spoke a lot about our independence, but I think it's important to say that priceless as our independence is, and priceless as our expertise is as members of the NPC, we do need to make sure that neither the NPC nor the NDP or long-term planning become optional extras. And for that reason, we are busy under the leadership of the Honorable Minister, working on the framework bill that will insert the National Planning Commission and the work of long-term planning into law so that we become more authoritative and we are able to become more accountable. That work is still ongoing. And I think Dr. Masiteng may touch on it as she makes her presentation. Thank you very much.
To the chairperson of the NCOP, Dr. Masondo, Melukas, to the members of the NCOP and all the members or the commissioners from the National Planning Commission. Greetings. I think Prof has already set the tone. I will go straight to slide number 9, but I guess one would want to start with the saying from the State of the Nation address that indicated that we are not presenting new plans this year, but we are here to ensure that there is a full program that takes the country to the end of the current administration. And rather, there should be a concentration in the critical issue that the National Planning Commission always talks about is the word focus and prioritization. And to that end, this country is encouraged from all ends to deal with the priorities such as load shedding, which has become an emerging issue in the country. One would not have seen it as one of the priorities when the national plan was set up. But the critical issues that remain and come from the plan are that unemployment should be dealt with, poverty and rising cost of living, crime and corruption. So those are the priorities that we have been taught about. Where are we now? In terms of the long-term planning perspective, we saw the country have its own plan in 2012. The first 5-year implementation framework of the National Development Plan was the MTSF, or the framework called the Medium-Term Strategic Framework. That was the 2014 to 2019. We are now in the second Medium-Term Strategic Framework that is taking us to the last year of the current administration, 2024. But on the basis of that, we have seen there were 7 priorities. There also emerged an economic program and then infrastructure, sectoral and other plans. All of this were meant to take us to the ultimate thinking and dream and aspiration of the country to reduce poverty, unemployment, and inequality within the remaining, I don't think it's still the long term, 7 years to 2030. And as such, I think if we look at the next slide, the work that has been done is meant to make sure that where we sit now, we are taking stock of saying, how far have we come? The National Planning Commission has just finalized the 10-year review of the National Development Plan as it celebrated the 10 years in 2022. And the results do not show that the progress was so good. The critical issue that we are looking at also is that all the work that we are doing now should be able to take us to the next and last medium-term strategic framework, 2024 to 2029, or what would be the 7th administration of our country. And in that, we should also be able to ensure that all the work that has been done now should inform the priorities, should inform the focusing of all those three spheres of government, all social partners, such that the National Development Plan can be implemented as a plan of the country and not just a plan of government, through what we will also continue to talk about, that is the implementation framework towards 2030, and this should be able to give us the pathways and the priorities. So I will immediately go into the first part, or the work stream that we are working with on the economy. The National Planning Commission is then focused and would also, I think, say to the country, we may need to deal with these particular issues, reducing the cost of doing business, making sure that we identify the supporting labor policies that will incentivize the labor-intensive employers to hire, whilst progressively realizing the good and rising labor standards. This goes back to the intention and aspiration that if there is need to create jobs in the country, we should always ensure that there are jobs in the high intensive labor industries. Those are the industries that can be able to create jobs and massify and deal with the issue of unemployment. We should continue to enable export competitiveness as well as dynamism. There is a great need to expand on a vibrant and innovative SMME sector. One of the dreams and aspirations in our country was that 90% of the 11 million jobs that are aspired for in the National Development Plan would come from the SMME. We are very far from that. It still contributes only about 16% of the employment numbers that we have. There is also the need to ensure elimination of infrastructure binding constraints. At the heart of this is the energy challenges that we are sitting with, the water issues that we are sitting with, even the ICT, all the infrastructure in the country continues to be crumbling, and that's why we are struggling to get to the areas that we would be able to see as developmental. And we need to continue to promote the social compacts that should also ensure institution building to drive economic growth as well as create more jobs. So the work stream has also focused on about 6 areas. They would be looking at agriculture development, the development and registration of a township and SMMEs. The critical issues of township economies are based on the understanding that if more than 60% of the population in this country are in the townships, that is where then the focus should be in terms of dealing with the economy. But we also believe that the township economies can be viable to change the livelihoods of the people in our country. The other critical issue is to look at the reform of the South African financial system. Those reforms are underway. We will follow them as the National Planning Commission, and I hope that it will be the challenge that the rest of the country should follow. At the heart of the livelihoods of the people is the emerging issue of climate change and the green economy. Many of the disasters that we see in our country are at the heart of climate change. And many of the changes that we see, I think in this area, we can talk about the nexus of the energy issues, the water issues, the land issues, and the livelihoods of the people as they are impacted upon by the changes in climate change. And the issue of infrastructure, we have the plan to 2050, but we are already knowing that the challenges are big, and we are hoping that in terms of what can be done, the dreams and the plans towards infrastructure should be as bigger as the challenges. And then we are also working on the economic model for redistribution. This is focused on the 40% of the population, which we say are very poor, and focus understanding of the livelihoods of those 40% and making sure that the dreams and the challenges that they are facing and understanding who are they, where are they, and therefore there should be attention to what we call targeted type of interventions. So these are trying to respond to what was in 2012, dealing with rising unemployment, the need to improve the quality of education, the need to build the capacity of the state, but also to ensure that there are special employment initiatives through the economic environment. The work that has been done has been there, and this is just to ensure that we have understood. The next slide. that the only measure way in which the many priorities that can be achieved is through working with all the social partners and all the partners within the economic sector. And we have already started to provide some advisory notes on the issue of energy, and we have worked with different sectors. As the commission has got a convening power, we will continue to convene those in the sectors to ensure that work is attended to. The priorities that they are looking at in the next 12 months in the economy sector is that there should be an economic model for redistribution. That is the next slide. There is also work that should be done to ensure that there is development and regulation of townships, economy, and SMMEs. To this end, there is work that has been done. Even yesterday, they were in Katlehong to try and understand and work within the locations and our townships to understand, but also to promote that the jobs that are created in our country should be created, and the opportunities and conditions should be created in the townships for the creation of jobs in the SMMEs. The other part is that there should be an integration of the National Development Plan into the National Infrastructure Plan 2050. And a lot of work has been done there to ensure that there is better coordination of the infrastructure implementation as well as investment. Then the other critical issue is dealing with climate change. The work that has been done, and we always want to say the current presidential climate commission that we have was recommended to cabinet by the National Planning Commission. So we will continue to work with them so that they give us the pathways to 2050 that should be able to give us an understanding of moving into a low economy, a low carbon economy environment by 2050. But every step of the way, we will follow the work that has been done. The next step is making sure that the agriculture and rural development are focused upon. These are also the areas that we do believe, if they are focused upon, if they are elevated, and if they are dealt with in a decisive manner, the high levels of potential in our agricultural and rural development sectors can be able to take us into better heights in terms of the livelihoods of the people, particularly the 40% that we say are poor. The one part that the National Planning Commission needs to start to do is that living now, we are in the 7 years that remain to 2030. We now need to start to think beyond 2030. Therefore, we are going to use all the information that we have to understand where we are so that we are able to create the thinking, the aspirations, but also the thinking about what are the scenarios for the future of our country. Still, we agree that we will still need to, at the heart of the work, address unemployment, create more employment so that poverty can be able to be reduced. But more importantly, there can be increase in the number of people that are taken out of poverty. So the 2023, they are looking at the issue of ESCOM fix as well as the NPC action plan. They are looking at the programs that can combine green jobs and load shedding. They are focusing on SMMEs, particularly working with the presidency on the issue of red tape reduction. And then they are looking at sector strategies and master plans that are currently being done in terms of the work that is done with DTIC, but with all sectors and the PPGI. So they are also working on an extensive focus on the partnerships that should be put forth and the social contracts in terms of investment, the green hydrogen, as well as all the work that is being done in terms of just transitions. Now, for the National Planning Commission to be able to contribute into the next medium-term strategic framework, those are the critical issues that they hope and they would like to continue to ensure that they are part of the next plan into the National Development Plan implementation. The second work stream that we are working with is about social transformation. In that, the next slide, in that work stream, they are talking about enhancing the quality of life. They look at the challenge and one dream of the National Development Plan to have said we need to build human capabilities. Human capabilities should be built such that people can fend for themselves. Human capabilities should be built such that people can be a healthy population, and the whole healthy population that can be able to strive to be able to be employed, so that when they contribute into the economy, they are also educated. And all this, I know that my Prof. Njongwana always teaches us that all these elements, when they are dealt with, they are taking us to that social protection base under which or below which nobody or no household should fall. So those are about the health. And at the heart of it, we all need to understand that that 40% that we're talking about of the poor people, it is the majority of the young people. It's about the children. It's about the persons with disabilities, as well as the elderly. And those are the areas that need to also be focused upon. To achieve these human capabilities and targets of the NDP, a lot of work has to be done and is interlinked with the ability of the economy, as we saw some of the elements as we worked. There is also a need to address the capacity of the state, particularly in the sectors of education, health, and social protection, in a manner that should be able to facilitate the implementation of the capabilities that are so required. But when that happens, there will be opportunities, there will also be conditions that are created, and systems will be able to be strengthened across government, but particularly in the social sector. And this should also be able to ensure that the work that we do in terms of the research should ensure that the recommendations that we give, whether to government, whether to the sectors itself, particularly working with the civil society, is appropriate and is able to provide the direction and work that can take us beyond the post-pandemic era. But of importance, most of the work that is done here is trying to respond to the understanding that when COVID came, it laid bare the structural problems of poverty. It laid bare and made us understand better the challenges of poverty. But it also got, I think, exacerbated by the disasters that came. Because when the disasters came, they attacked, they affected and impacted directly on the livelihood of the people. So the lessons that are coming will be very important for us to look at how we move forward. In terms of the priorities in the health sector, they would want to work more closely with the Department of Health. They will also make sure that they work on the non-communicable diseases report to undertake, and also undertake mental health research. The critical issue that has arisen is that when these traumas, disasters, and challenges and pandemics attacked, and we found them in the country, we do agree that the country was found wanting. The country was not ready for the disasters. And at the heart of it is that many of the people in our country found themselves in a high level of mental health challenges. And that is a trauma that also would need to be dealt with. And the whole issue of tracking the NHI legislation and the system of readiness for making sure that the country starts to be a country that can predict that in future there can be challenges. The country that can have predictive analysis into the future. On social protection, the National Planning Commission is trying to assist in saying we should steer the country towards a social protection floor below which no household falls. It is about making sure that we understand matters health, matters education, matters economy should be all part of taking us into the social protection, bringing together all the issues like comprehensive social protection approach, social securities, matters social wage, all issues around housing, education, and healthcare, minimum wage, as well as active labor policies should also be put as part of what we call the social, or the basket of social protection. Therefore, I think what we are trying to do is to say we are elevating in a manner that everything is seen as part of the social protection. On education, there should be a strategy to ensure that there is a way of moving towards achieving the goals in 2030. We should accept that, I think in terms of access, there is good progress. We are close to a universal attendance or access to education, but the quality of education remains a challenge. The issues of improving the state capacity in education remain a challenge. And then the development of a strategy for e-education, making salient early literacy and numeracy remains a challenge, where we know that grade 4 children currently are said not to be able to read for meaning. That immediately would tell that if the foundation is at that point, the challenges will become bigger into the future. This is the work that they have already done in terms of working with the other social partners. The critical issue is that they have made comments into the bill, but they will also make sure that they follow up on the implementation of the National Health Insurance Bill. As we said, the major critical issues that they want to follow on is the social protection, is working with the Department of Health. It's also making sure that issues of education are taken at the heart of moving forward. The critical issues in 2023 is to improve the state capacity for service delivery, to address state capacity in social protection, and to improve planning and coordination across government, working with social partners, but making sure that implementation, again, for the changing of the livelihoods of people is not only about government, it is about civil society, it's about all social partners to make sure that the livelihoods of the people can be changed. To that end, they continue to convene stakeholder engagements and roundtables to ensure that there is conversation, discourse, and promotion of the understanding of the livelihoods of the people. They will be writing advisories on social protection, education, health, children, young people, women, as well as persons with disability. And they will continue to work with the presidency on ensuring that there should be a strategy of how the country deals with poverty. The third area that we are working with, or the third work stream that we have, is called on matters governance. The critical issues that they deal with here are assisting to the development of implementation plan for what we call the National Spatial Development Framework. They also work in terms of making sure that there's better and proper communication and stakeholder engagements and partnerships, which are at the heart of making sure that implementation of the national development is about the people, with the people, collaboration, and leaving no one behind. They also have the responsibility to assess the efficacy of the implementation of the National Development Plan. They assess the implementation of the proposals in terms of dealing with crime, as well as justice and corruption issues. And they are also looking at addressing the challenges of implementing the NDP public service proposals, the critical issues such as political administrative interface, professionalization of the public service, as well as career management within the entire public service. They also work very hardly in terms of making sure that the international relations in our country, in terms of making sure that we are responsive to reporting internationally on Agenda 2063, we are able to report on the issues of SDGs, and making sure that we are able to work on what we call voluntary local reviews, which will be at local level. And we are hopeful that SALGA will be able to lead in terms of making sure that the cities are able to report on how they are doing, and ours will be to coordinate. The critical issues of building the state capacity, this is mainly to ensure that all these bills, all these efforts that are spoken about are leading the country to a public service that has got the correct skills, but of importance is to ensure that the state is responsive. The state is interventionist. But at the end of the day, when the state has been able to have the capacity to implement, the livelihoods of the people in our country will change for the better. The other issue is that spatial transformation, human settlements, and basic services, which are starting to show serious challenges. And I think this is where the major issues of DDM and how the three spheres of government organize themselves to provide services to ensure that human settlements are at closer places to where people work, such that people do not find themselves having to spend 40% of their salaries on transportation, leaving home at 5 o'clock and coming home when the children are already sleeping. I'm trying to just simplify the whole issue of the space economy and where it arises. It arises as the legacy of apartheid and how the space economy in the country was dealt with. And we are hopeful that this is one area that will be promoted. The other critical issues is what Prof has spoken about. There is an issue of institutionalization of planning. At the heart of it is that there should be a national development planning framework bill. The national development planning framework bill should be a legislative framework that allows the three spheres of government to be able to work together to ensure that we are able to meet and to attain the developmental objectives of our country through the implementation of the National Development Plan. It is about how do we organize ourselves, institutional building, as well as capacitating the state in a manner that it can implement for the better. At the heart of it is that there should be a reversal in spatial effects of apartheid, but also at the heart of it is the reforms of the public service and building safer communities in our country. Those are the areas and work that has been done. There has been an advisory work that has been done in terms of the professionalization of the public service. We are currently going to work with government in making sure that there is an understanding of how do we move into the macro organization of the state as the National Planning Commission plays its own advisory role and independent role in advising government. When the plan has been finalized, there should always be a way of saying, then how are we going to organize ourselves to attain and to achieve the goals of the plans? The critical issues in this governance environment is capacity and organization of the state, and making sure that there is a repositioning of this state-owned entities in a manner that they play their developmental role. The work that they have done has indicated that they have challenges in terms of governance, they have challenges in terms of corruption, they have challenges in terms of the capacity to implement even just the developmental agenda that they are about. There should also be work on stability in terms of the political administrative interface that has been a long-coming environment, and then the issue of professionalization of the public service. In crime, there should be the work to ensure that prevention of violence against women, children, young people, as well as the elderly is continued to be prioritized. The critical issues of integrated crime and violence prevention strategy and the implementation of the drug master plan, the issue of the implementation of anti-corruption strategy, implementation of the Zondo Commission of Inquiry recommendations, promotion of police professionalism, as well as demilitarization and reduction of firearm and ammunition diversion into the criminal sector. So these are some of the critical issues that the National Planning Commission would also advise that are prioritized by government, but by the rest of the country in making sure that we meet the needs in the National Development Plan, but also in the immediate term to ensure that the short-term plans create the momentum for implementation of the National Development Plan. The last part is just showing that in 2023, I think that is 2 slides below, it is critical that government should be able to have oversight and monitor the implementation mechanisms for the priority actions that have been identified in the professionalization framework. The Public Service Commission bill should also be promoted and should also be finalized so that it also promotes and enhances the role of the Public Commission, particularly oversight role. Recent municipal policy reforms, pending policy reforms such as Public Administration Management Act and a range of others. I think there's quite a number of them, including the PFMA, I think even the IGR. So the good number of these legal frameworks are currently under review. So we are hoping that in the next few months, but also moving into the medium term, they will form a good part of taking the country forward. But there should also be efforts to rebuild the state capacity and to ensure that there is also better institutional building arising from the identification and the observation of the National Planning Commission that there has been an erosion of high-level institutions that had been built before. And there also will be the work that has been done in terms of the areas of electoral reforms. I will move to the issue of communications in terms of how the last part and the last aspiration of the National Development Plan has been. It was envisaged, it was aspired at the time when the National Planning Commission was established, that there should be work to communicate the National Development Plan in the country. And I think this is one area that we don't think has been done very well, not only by the NPC, but the NDP has not been kept abreast as the planning plan as the planning environment and as the lodestar. And we are hoping that in the remaining years, it will be elevated to the point where it is a plan of the country. Everybody sees their role, but again, it's implemented as a plan for the country, not just the plan of government. The work that they have done has been the advisory note on energy. They will continue to ensure that there's media briefing. They will ensure to continue to provide opinion pieces. The ones that they have already now is on climate change. They have one on the economy and on finance and professionalization of the state. And they will continue to ensure that there is media interviews with different sectors, but also with the different experts in the National Planning Commission to provide and continue to influence the implementation of the National Development Plan. And they are aiming to have strategic engagement of targeted stakeholders. They should be able to use their convening power to bring on board all social partners in a manner that creates conversation, dialogue, and talking about the implementation of the National Development Plan. So far, they are working with SABC, SANEF, and they have had their NDP lecture in Fort Hare last year when they were celebrating the first 10 years of implementation of the NDP. So this is the work that they continue to do, but at the heart of it is to build public understanding and support of the implementation of the NDP. And I must say on this one, I think when we looked at Agenda 2063, which was also 10 years this year, we have realized that most of the first 10 years of implementation are about convergence, it's about building the momentum, but the next 10 years should be really focused on making sure that everybody is on board and we are all moving. And the critical issue that we are now moving into is how we have mapped our stakeholders. While it might not be fully fledged, these are the basics that we think are at the heart of making sure that implementation of the National Development Plan should be driven through labor, through civil society, through all social partners and stakeholders that deal with women issues, through the state with the PSC, SALGA, Department of Women, the presidency, all Chapter 9 institutions, the rest of the spheres at local, provincial planning entities. And I would like to say even to the premiers, the National Planning Commission is available to work with all the offices of the premiers. We will work very closely with SALGA to ensure that it will also be able to coordinate and bring together all the municipalities and the cities for us to be able to work together to monitor the implementation of the National Development Plan in a holistic but coordinated and integrated manner. We are also calling upon business, and not only calling upon, we can indicate that there has been a lot of work that has been done by the economy work stream, working with BUSA, BLSA, BBC, NBI, and BMF, and other sectors. And at the heart of making sure that we can be able to bring all those that will be the leaders in our future, but at the heart of it being the understanding that the critical issues of unemployment and poverty affect the young people more than they affect many of the other sectors of the population. So these are the areas that have been mapped, and we are hoping that moving towards 2030, there will be a convening power of the National Planning Commission to ensure that they are able to bring heads together, bring everybody who is important and relevant around the table to discuss the livelihoods of the people in our country, and still to move and push us towards attainment of the objectives of the National Development Plan. At the heart of doing such work should be at the ability of the National Planning Commission, working with all social partners, particularly also working with Parliament and government to ensure that there is influence on public policies on the basis of knowledge, evidence, but also conversations and discourse for policy in our country. They should also be able to engage with all and whole of society. The implementation of the national development in the country should be about whole of government, whole of society, and leaving no one behind. But importantly, the whole issue of building a capable state is about ability to institutionalize planning. The three spheres of government that plan together, that are able to work towards the same priorities, the same bigger apex priorities, but also addressing collectively and in partnership and in leadership collaboration in terms of dealing with the weaknesses in implementation of the National Development Plan and all the challenges that the country faces. Gale.
Thank you very much, Ms. Masiteng. I just want to know whether Prof, you want to actually say some concluding remarks.
What I would like to do is simply to acknowledge the presence of a few commissioners from the National Planning Commission. Commissioner Mulukwani, if you stand or raise your hand so that they see. Yes. Yes. Commissioner Bigicha. Commissioner Chongwana. Commissioner Ravi Naidu. Commissioner Ramatsetse. She's not a commissioner next to him, but she's supporting us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also thought I must maybe just give a little bit of recognition to our guests that is present here. We are really graced with the presence of the brand new Premier of the Free State. I'm laughing, it's my friend from very long now. He's a Premier again. Premier, I know we can't ask you to stand, but if you can just indicate to other people or just show them the white hair. As we continue, I will introduce the MECs. I will not start immediately to introduce them, just to acknowledge that I saw from Northwest, from Eastern Cape, from Limpopo, from Gauteng. Where is it? Where else is it correct that I see? Which other province did I not mention? That is the people that I see here, but I will just, as we go on, I will acknowledge all of you. Also, just to acknowledge the chairperson once again of the NCOP, with almost, I think we have almost about 30 something members together with those on the platform and those that are present here and our special delegates. So I thought exactly that this will be an appropriate time just to acknowledge others, but we will then name them as we continue, because many of them will be on the program for tomorrow, but not necessarily for today. But I think I want us to really give another round of applause to the brand new Premier of the Free State. Yes, he's not even a Premier for 3 weeks and already he burned down the official residence.
Chairperson.
Yeah, I'm sorry for that. I know you have not even got time to move in. Already the house is destroyed.
Chairperson,
Mm,
on a point of clarity, Chairperson.
just name.
Yes, Chairperson, thank you very much. Chairperson, I want to ask a question that was asked by the colleague last week in terms of this device that is not Landoga translating into other languages. What if a colonized man comes and speak there and I want to listen to that man in my own language and I couldn't hear that person in such a moment? So I want to ask Chairperson, when is this device going to be fixed? Because it does deprive us in terms of listening to our language and we want to listen to the message very much clear. I didn't want to spoil your party, Chairperson, or embarrass you in terms of the guests that we have in the house, but it is very much important because when Afrikaans has been spoken here, I will want to translate it into English or into Xhosa. Can we get point of clarity in terms of that? Thank you.
And I really don't think you should actually just speak about Afrikaans. Any other language will be a problem for any other person. But thank you, we take note and we will work on that specific issue. We are going to, thank you, Honorable Magwala. I think it's your maiden speech in this. So if we continue at a lighter note, we don't have to be so serious because we are not fighting today.
Ke bothata bo e leng gore le nna ke na le bone.
Kenny. Mutsamai. If you want to retain our friendship, you would rather stop now. We are going to continue this, at least there was a lighter moment. We are going to continue with the program. The representative of the CGE will be landing in Cape Town around 12. So we will see how we will slot her in. So Dr. Mbava, we will be asking you to now do the presentation, the chairperson of the Finance and Fiscal Commission, Dr. PN. I wanted to say NP, it's PN Mbava.
Thank you so much, Honorable Lucas, and also acknowledging the chairperson, Honorable Masondo, and all the members of Parliament in the House today, and also those on the virtual platform. Indeed, it is a great pleasure for the Financial and Fiscal Commission to be here today. We have worked quite well with the 6th administration, the 6th dispensation. Honorable Lucas, with your good selves as the Financial and Fiscal Commission. And we are indeed privileged to continue with that relationship.
Can I say something? The late, the late chairperson of
Dr.
the FFA,
Plakis.
Dr. Plakis, we worked together with myself and the Premier of Free State in APEC, in the formation of APEC. So he was the one that really, when I told him about our sectoral program and explained to it, he insisted that the FFC have got a very important role to play in that engagement. So we need to honor his memory. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Lucas, for that. Indeed, as the current commission and as the current chairperson, we are indeed continuing with that legacy. Before I also start, I just want to also follow suit with my colleague from the NDP, also to acknowledge our young researchers that we have brought with us as part of this presentation. We have incredible, brilliant young researchers at the Financial and Fiscal Commission, economists who actually inform our research, and they do all the evidence-based policy analysis that inform our presentations. And so if you allow me, Chairperson, for a brief second, I want to just introduce our head of research, Mr. Chen Sang. If you just, thank you so much. And also introduce Ms. Sasha Peters, who's also our researcher. Thank you so much. And Mr. Sabelo Ntandato, who's here with us. Dr. Nomonde Matubula, who's also here with us. Mr. Kutso Makua is a researcher. Mr. Newo Malungane, Ms. Newo. And the head of my office, Ms. Ansuya Maharaj Daura. And of course, Mr. Henry Extian, our parliamentary liaison. Thank you so much, Chairperson. Our brief Chairperson, which was given to us as the Financial and Fiscal Commission today, was to come and address this House today, essentially on two aspects: delineating key priorities to improve service delivery through the intergovernmental fiscal relations system, with particular focus on how the municipal infrastructure grant can be effectively used to address infrastructure challenges at local government. And the second aspect is to highlight the required leadership, management, and governance systems required for sustainable service delivery. So our presentation today will essentially touch on that. But before I start on the presentation, I just wanted to highlight first who is the Financial and Fiscal Commission and what is our mandate. Who are we? So the Financial and Fiscal Commission is a constitutional body established in terms of Section 220 of the Constitution. Our mandate is very clear. We are here to advise Parliament on the equitable division of revenue across the three spheres of government. And we also act essentially, Chairperson, as a consultative body. And we make recommendations and we give advice to Parliament, to provincial legislatures, to organize local government and other organs of state on the equitable division of revenue. When we say equitable division of revenue, we must go back to the Constitution and look at Section 214, which is quite clear on how an equitable division of revenue must consider. I won't go through all the requirements, but key to that is that the provinces and municipalities, their budgets, these budgets must be adequate to ensure that there is a provision of basic services and that the performance and functions that are allocated to municipalities and to the provinces can be performed by these structures. So the budget must be adequate to ensure that this happens. Also, the budget which is allocated must also ensure that there are no or limited economic disparities among the provinces. And also the budget that is allocated must ensure that there are no fiscal capacity constraints on provinces and municipalities. So the FFC then, its role is to interrogate the proposed fiscal framework, to look at how equitable it is in terms of ensuring that the three spheres of government are able to live up to their constitutional mandate. So there are various legislations as well, which the FFC must look after to ensure that all these aims are met, including the government guarantees. We need to look at those, ensure that those are in line with the Constitution, the provincial taxes, the municipal fiscal powers and functions, provincial loans, and municipal loans. So all these legislative prescripts can only be approved or be enacted by Parliament after the Financial and Fiscal Commission has been consulted. So quite clearly, the Financial and Fiscal Commission plays a very, very critical role in the intergovernmental fiscal relation space. Now we want to move on, Honorable Chairperson, to the crux of our presentation, which will look at the two areas that I have highlighted. Essentially, how do we fund the National Development Plan, Professor Maluleke and Ms. How do you fund the NDP as you have mapped it out quite clearly? So we're going to look at the fiscal mapping thereof and see how we can assist you as well when you do that work. And also we're going to look as well at the type of leadership that we need to have across the three spheres of government, leadership that will ensure that all these requirements and the mandates of the three spheres are met adequately. So without going into the detail now, I have the researchers who are equipped to do that. I would like to call the next researcher to come forward and actually take us through the municipal infrastructure grant at local government and its imperatives. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to Chairperson of the House, Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the NCOP present in the chambers and on the visual platform. Yes, I see you are on slide 5. Thank you. Chair and honorable members, on this slide are issues that are known to many. We know that municipalities have always played a significant role in the South African economy, and they play a critical role in the delivery of basic services, as they account for 13% of public sector employment, and the 8 metropolitan municipalities combined generate more than 50% of South Africa's GDP. However, the sector is struggling to fulfill its constitutional mandate. And in his State of the Nation address, the President reiterated just how municipalities are in a dire situation, with 169 municipalities out of the 257 municipalities in the country being in financial distress, and a further 106 having adopted unfunded mandates. And this is of great concern as the citizenry are finished then with poor quality basic services. And the worst case scenario of that is that in some instances, there's no service delivery of basic services at all. So these challenges manifest themselves, among other things, in poor audit outcomes, poor asset care, and a generally weak service delivery. Furthermore, and as per National Treasury norms and standards, municipalities should be spending at least 8% of their budgets on repairs and maintenance of infrastructure. However, the development and management of infrastructure has been a particular challenge at the local government level. And a working paper at the Commission shows that municipalities are grossly underspending on this budget, having spending an annual average below 5%. And this is of great concern as the resulting impact of such is that the citizenry will ultimately be provided with poor quality services. As a result of that, many calls for interventions have been made to develop strategies to help strengthen the local government sphere. This is an ongoing initiative between the government and various stakeholders to develop key policy recommendations to aid municipalities in fulfilling their constitutional mandate. And this sitting today here is such one place where such solutions can be communicated. Chair, To assist municipalities in providing or in delivering on their constitutional mandate, the government has established various conditional grants aimed at funding the delivery of infrastructure. And there are several direct and indirect infrastructure grants to municipalities. And one such conditional grant is the municipal infrastructure grant, which aims to provide specific capital finance for eradicating basic municipal infrastructure backlogs for poor households, micro enterprises, and social institutions that service poor communities. This grant is the largest form of infrastructure financing for municipalities, specifically to local municipalities and C2 districts. However, as important as it is, we see on this particular slide on the figure that is displayed that our municipalities continue to underspend heavily on the municipal infrastructure grant, a tool that may otherwise be used to service poor communities. We see again that on the provided figure, the highest spent in a particular year was in 2021 at 47%. And in recent year, in 2022, just above 20% was spent on the municipal infrastructure grant, which is again gross underspending on this very important tool that could drive local economic development and employment. There are certain changes that we made to the MIG framework. In the 2022 Division of Revenue Act, an indirect component was introduced to the MIG to allow COGTA to roll out infrastructure projects in underperforming municipalities. And over the 2023 medium-term expenditure framework, COGTA will provide support to municipalities that experience project implementation challenges. And this support is through the indirect component of the municipal infrastructure grant, where the department will appoint an implementation agent to implement the identified infrastructure projects for the municipalities. Municipalities in this regard are identified based on the previous 4 years' expenditure performance, particularly municipalities that have spent below 70% of the grant in an annual allocation over the last 4 years. And the Commission notes the endeavors by the department to improve service delivery. However, we note that additional work is still required for transparency. That is the number of municipalities and the allocation and the monitoring and evaluation of this new component. We advise that COGTA needs to advise on the steps taken to capacitate identified municipalities for the future implementation of infrastructure projects. There's been work done at the FFC in the past that spoke heavily on this grant. And at this point, we would like to reiterate some of the recommendations that were previously made. Firstly, we reiterate the need for principles and a systematic and transparent process to guide the reclassification and shifting of grants from direct to indirect grant and vice versa. Furthermore, in our submission for the Division of Revenue in the year 2016-17, the Commission found that generally direct grants performed better than indirect grants and recommended the need for continued capacity building of municipalities with the use of indirect grants as the last resort. Finally, we recommend that the National Treasury and the Department of Corporate Governance must develop a framework to guide accountability for indirect infrastructure grants. And we stress that the framework should identify accountability lines, mechanisms, and enforcement, and spell out the consequences for undermining the accountability arrangements. Chair, I'd like to stop here and then hand over to my colleague Sabelo to take us through issues of leadership, management, and governance systems in municipalities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's look out to the next presenter.
Thank you very much, Kuzo. Good day
to honorable members, chairs, and commissioners present, and those who are present in the virtual platform. I will take you through the remaining of our presentation, which will focus on the issues around capacity building, as well as around the government and leadership. I think, Chair, as a way of starting, is just to acknowledge that CUSO has presented on a number of issues around the MIC and changes and in the framework grant in a way of trying to make it work better and challenges that are currently in the system. So this section that I'll take you through tries to ensure that there are some key ingredients that will make sure that there is service delivery flow in the country. That means are the issues that relate to the management, good governance, and accountability. And as we start, on the right slide. We know that we have a constitution in our country. As a start, the constitution does give us some guidance on how to deal with these issues. For example, it speaks about issues of support. What role should the national, what role should provinces play in ensuring that they do support the lower sphere of government, which is municipalities, whenever there are some challenges that are being encountered, and when to intervene. And we have some sections within those sections, we have section 100, and then it's clear when that section is implemented and when section 131 is implemented. But our emphasis here as FFC is that quite often we find that when it comes to the support and implementation of oversight role by these different spheres of government, they intervene very late at the end when a municipality is facing challenges by implementing this section 100 and section 139. And then we're calling for these spheres of government to intervene and provide support at earlier stages so that all these other harsh interventions could be avoided. Okay, the next slide that speaks to the leadership now. We know that the government exists in South Africa mainly to address challenges which are around infrastructure, around making sure that services are provided to all citizens in an efficient and effective manner. And why do you say so? Is because we believe that the leadership is very, very key. If we don't have good leadership, and then there won't be any efficient delivery of these services. And then you'll see a myriad of challenges in the system where you'll see poor governance and poor decision-making, non-accountability. Then those are all issues that relate to the leadership. Then a good leadership plays a key role in all aspects of service delivery and ensuring that there's efficiency and accountability in the system. And by doing so, you'll see less corruption, you'll see the amount of irregular expenditure year in and year out may be decreasing. Another good example that we thought we could share is that we've seen during COVID-19 that government had to react swiftly and make decisions that could be implemented. But in the process, there were some opportunities for corruption, particularly when it comes to the issues around the procurement, et cetera, et cetera. And the key to note here is that, again, on the capacity, yes, on the capacity issue, we highlight to emphasize that capacity should consider both the physical employees who are there at work, as well as the skills they possess to discharge or to make sure that service delivery does continue. And what we've seen over the years is that local government, among other spheres, is one of the level of government where there's been dysfunctionality, and as a result of capacity constraints or lack of capacity, so-called lack of capacity. And we've seen that since the year 2000, there's been a number of grants, capacity building grants that have been introduced in the system. And there's been huge expenditure around those grants. But now the question is, what did we achieve? The next slide. The next slide, it shows grants since the year 2000 to 2019, I think. And that we see there is a huge growth in terms of the money that is being spent capacitating municipalities. But the question is, why still today do we have municipalities that are showing lack of capacity, are not delivering optimally as expected? So here you can see the growth, what has been happening. And these grants were in various forms, with some indirect grants, and then we have direct grants. And we have grants that were meant to improve systems. We have grants that were meant to improve human capacity. So with respect to, next slide. With respect to capacity building grants, FFC has undertaken a study before around the issues on the capacity building grants. And then there are some key recommendations that the Commission made before, which we believe are still relevant even today. And firstly, we recommended that, and we believe that all these capacity building grants or effort should be comprehensive and sustainable instead of quick fix. Because you fix the problem today and then you leave, then tomorrow the problem comes back again, then affects performance of municipality. Secondly, we recommend that a single grant support agreement be established per municipality. And the agreement should stipulate all actions to be undertaken by the national and provincial government. And thirdly, we're talking about the objectivity that the grant capacity that has been given to a municipality should have a measurable objective so that we can see at the end if what was meant to be achieved by the grant has been achieved. Those are some of the few recommendations. Then moving on to the, yes, next slide. Can you skip that one? Moving on to the grant, to the capacity building framework. What we're highlighting here is that we do have this framework that shows exactly, it's divided into two. We have constitutional prescripts to capacity building, and then we have supporting legislation. But again, here, as I mentioned earlier on, what we are emphasizing is that we have these prescripts, but the problem is with the implementation, because all those prescripts are clear on what should be done in terms of supporting municipalities, but they come very late, at the late stage when things have fallen apart. Hence, we have so many municipalities that are so-called dysfunctional now. Next slide. This next slide, again, in addressing the NCOP request, particularly on leadership, what we've decided as a commission, we drew from our work that we did around the issues of governance and leadership in 2021. And then in that piece of work of research, we learned some lessons from some of the infrastructure projects that were being implemented in the country. And we had chosen housing catalytic projects, which one was in KZN, the other one was in the Eastern Cape, the Duncan Village, as well as the Guyane, I think is well known, the Guyane Water Project, to see what actually are the challenges faced by the government in the implementation of those infrastructure projects. And then from those case studies, what we found, we can just summarize some of the key issues.
is one is a lack of coordination. Since we know when we deliver infrastructure, then there's so many sectors that should play a role. You have water, Department of Water, you have maybe different levels of government, you have national, provincial, and municipalities, and again, you have different departments, you have Department of Water and sanitation, housing, etc., etc. But we found that one of the challenges is a lack of coordination. Carrying on, the other issue that we found is the political interference. In some instances where these infrastructure projects are being implemented, when we interacted with municipalities and project managers, they were telling us that in some instances, a constructor will just be imposed, and then they don't have any choice but to use that constructor that has been imposed to them. And then furthermore, the absence of policies and regulations within that sector, leading to issues that could have been resolved within the sector, being resolved at a judicial system at the higher level. And that results to the delays in the implementation and completion of the projects, which again escalate costs. Next slide. Okay, this slide again shows the extent of irregular expenditure, which is again is one of the indicators of poor governance. Then again, you can talk about accountability issues. What we see here, the orange bar is irregular expenditure for municipalities, and the green or blue one is regular expenditure for national and provincial government. And what we see here is that while there's a constant irregular expenditure with respect to municipalities, but for provinces and the national level is increasing at a higher rate, because in 2017, I think it was 60.9 billion. Then it increased and reached 166.9 billion in 2020-21. That represents about 174% increase. Then it shows that because these officials or whoever makes this decision and doesn't comply with regulations, with policies, then because of the absence of the actions that are being taken personally against that person who transgressed, then we see this repeated irregular expenditure across these spheres of government. And we have few recommendations again that given the current monitoring, okay, here I think the emphasis here is on the differentiated approach to say we need that differentiated approach, because given the current monitoring and supporting framework, the way it is applied is just applied uniformly across local government. So we need a differentiated approach. I think that's what we're emphasizing here in this slide. The next slide just illustrates some of the steps. Next slide. It just illustrates some of the steps that we think that could be taken to improve accountability for leadership. First one speaks about credible financial and financial performance and reporting. That will include your normal in-year monitoring. Then second one speaks about stabilizing and capacitating, which is important. Then that one speaks to the issues of recruiting relevant employee staff and staff retainment and skilling. The third one speaks about the financial management culture, where you encourage, for example, municipalities on revenue collection and incentivize them and for them to practice prudent spending. And the fourth one speaks mainly to the issues of consequence management that we've spoken about. To say, why don't we hold those who have transgressed personally accountable and then pay for wrongdoings? Next slide. This next slide, it just indicates some of the developments that are there in the system. For example, here we are mentioning that one of key developments relates to the amendment to the Public Audit Act in 2029, which emphasizes that, among other things, the AG's recommendation that it makes should be binding, particularly the remedial actions that it recommends, because we see these things because of such remedial actions. They do make recommendations, but are never implemented, are never taken serious by departments. Hence, we see irregular spending spiraling, going up. But the key question is whether the executive is willing to implement that. I think there must be a political buy-in from the executive to ensure that those actions are taken, correctional actions are taken. Okay, the next slide. I think I can skip this slide, but this slide just emphasizes the role of section of Chapter 9 institutions, that they could assist the Parliament and they can assist honorable members in monitoring. And then the last slide has recommendations on governance, leadership, and accountability. Then here in the main, the first recommendation, it says the Minister of Finance in the Division of Revenue should ensure that commitment to compliance with legislation and policy framework is formalized with all participants in an infrastructure project. So this is in a way to address that gap that we've spoken about with respect to the lack of coordination in the implementation of an infrastructure project. And secondly, we're calling upon the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs to review the intergovernmental coordination policy framework. And then thirdly, the Minister of Finance and Division of Revenue should incentivize consequence management that we've spoken about. And then lastly, we're calling upon departments that they should review and strengthen internal control processes to ensure that there's effective, to ensure that they remain effective, and in order for that to reduce irregular expenditure. And then in most cases, the reason why we've seen increasing regular expenditures because of poor or weak internal controls within these departments. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now call on the chairperson, if she have any concluding remarks. While the chairperson is moving to the podium, we just want to acknowledge the following members. MEC Kinetswe Mosenagi of Northwest Province. And people don't know you. Show yourself. I see MEC Mokone is not here. Mr. Tony Duba, Chair of Chairs of the Eastern Cape. Mr. Duba. The Honorable Kosti Malubane, Chair of Chairs of Gauteng. Then also we have Munyamane, Chair of Chairs of Limpopo. Is there anyone that I left out? KZN, they didn't give me your name. I'm sorry. Can you introduce yourself? I'm sorry, my brother. I must now Hmm? Mm-mm. No, but it's fine. Thank you. We will come back to that. Everyone must be mentioned by name. Now we will allow Dr. Mbaba. Is there any concluding remarks that you want to do?
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and to all the honorable members on the platform as well in the House. I think for us just to say thank you so much and to hope that this presentation from the Financial and Fiscal Commission will assist the members in further understanding the challenges of the three spheres and also to ensure that the activation and implementation of key service delivery and infrastructure related projects during this financial year of the sixth administration will also be accelerated through the inputs from the various partners here, including the FFC. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Dr. Mbaba, and the members of the staff members of the Finance and Fiscal Commission. Members, do you just want to stretch for a minute, please, before we go into the interactive discussion? Just on where you are, not going out to Dogedi. Just stretch here. We are going. We only have about 45 minutes. Then we are going for lunch. So let us just stretch a little bit. But not coffee, no tea break. No tea break. We are going into interactive discussion. Just stretch. Those that doesn't want to stretch, let's continue. Can we get an indication of who want to engage with the presentations? Members? The presentations are on in the chat room. Yes, Honorable Duma, let's continue. The stretch is over. 60 seconds, it was great. 60 seconds. That is over. Let us continue. Honorable Duba. Yes, you can continue.
Thank you very much.
I hope the presenters is inside here so that they can respond.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to you and also to the chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Masondo, and also to the deputy chairperson, honorable members, all that are here, and MECs from various provinces, and also both the deputy chairperson of NPC and the chairperson of Financial and Fiscal Commission. Good afternoon to you. Mine is simple, Honorable Chair. The presentation by FFC is that we are intervening very late. I think that's what they're saying. And probably, can I check whether in their recommendation, does it talk to probably automated intervention, timeline? Probably they will have, if they will have made an example that says, in this municipality, if we will have intervened at this particular time, we might have saved probably the state so much, amount, and hence, therefore, we recommend that you should have intervened at this particular time. Even in their recommendation, if it can talk to the automated intervention, take into consideration that all three different spheres, are territorial in their nature, and we must not be seen as imposing ourselves. So hence I talk to the automated kind of intervention. And lastly, Chair, on the issue of NPC presentation, now they spoke about the coordination between
Home Affairs, Health and Social Development. Now, taking that presentation into consideration, now coming from the Eastern Cape, a rural province and labor sending province, which is on this issue of equitable share, you know, we are always at the receiving end because when the time for calculation starts, people are in Johannesburg, Gauteng, or in Western Cape, and yet when they retire, they come back to the Eastern Cape. So we feel that the infrastructure backlog and the equitable share that we are getting does not really tally. Now, in between the times of census and everything, don't perhaps NPC working with FFC think that if that information, that collaboration can fit into the Statistics South Africa, it might actually probably influence how equitable share, because it's a policy matter, you know, we can't change it, but we need to tamper with, because eventually it's affecting, because eventually, Honorable Chair, you always come in and intervene because we have the backlog. But if you can actually tamper with the policy itself, using that recommendation of NPC, probably things might actually change. Those are the two issues, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Duba. I just want to apologize to our member from KwaZulu-Natal. I don't know why they omitted your name, because I acknowledged you the first because I saw you here, but it's Honorable Zulu. And I really want to apologize that we didn't mention you in the first round, but now it shows that you are important because you are being mentioned individually. Honorable members, those on the platform, is there any questions or interactions that you want to make? If not, I will give to the CEO of Salga. Okay, Honorable Lutuli, then I will. Afternoon. Okay.
Ngibonge. Chairperson, umuntu kuqala uthanda ukubonga for the strategic planning, but also akubeke ukuthi I think ukuthi futhi ngabe sayenza mhlambe 3 years ago. Ukuze uthi kwazi ukuthi isebenzisane nale term lesiyona manje, because salele less than 12 months ukuthi siphume. But umbuzo wami ula ekuthenini ukuthi I hear ukuthi kukhulunywa nge-economy, ukukhulisa kwe-economy, ikakhulukazi uma abama-speakers ekhuluma, you hear them ekhuluma ngama-township. But I don't think ukuthi i-focus yabo inkulu uma besikhuluma ngama-rural areas, because abantu abaningi ngikholelwa ukuthi bakuma-rural areas ngiphume KwaZulu-Natal. So i-economy I think also idinga ukuthi i-focus yakhona ibe kuma-rural areas. But also, Chairperson, I want to check with municipal infrastructure grant ukuthi what happens uma ngabe imkhandlu ingayisebenzisi or ingayiqedi imali yakhona, ikhona indlela yokuthi mhlambe lo mkhandlu ifakelwe amehlo. Ngiyabonga.
Ngiyabonga sisi. Now, is there any other? Yes, you want to? No, let us allow the members before we come to you. Honorable Zulu. Honorable Zulu, you may continue.
No, Honorable Chair, thanks for the opportunity. Greetings to all members present. No, Chair, I've got only just 2 questions, but one will welcome the presentations as presented by 2 different members from FFC. My question is relating to the oversight done by the legislature from the different provinces in relation to the monitoring of finances or any projects done by municipalities. You see, there is what you call a section 132 of the MFFA, which provides that we should monitor and do interventions as legislatures. But the challenge is, of course, as much as AG has done those recommendations, it says we must do something as legislatures, especially COGTA. But it is different. There is no clear legislation at what, how far can we do that interventions, especially in consequence management, the issue of under expenditure, the issue of corruption and other stuff, of which is engulfing our municipalities. That's number one. But of course, we accept the recommendations of the FFC that says we should do the frequent monitoring of municipalities in terms of expenditure and other projects. Then the second one is, of course, the issue of intervention with section 139 done by provincial government to municipalities. Sometimes you will find that it will seem as if COGTA is finding it difficult to intervene, but we will find that if it's an opposition versus the ruling party in that particular province, it is, of course, there will be that arrogance part of in terms of those issues that must be intervened. Like, for instance, in the issue of the financial management of municipalities, you will find that that focus of which that section 139 was aimed at assisting that municipality. Municipality will be difficult in terms of cooperation. And those are the issues that we will find that municipalities are going down because there is no cooperation between that administrator that has been placed in that particular municipalities versus the provincial government. Thank you, Chair.
I'm looking at the virtual platform and I don't see any indications. Yes, Honorable Moimang.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Greetings to you and the honorable members and our esteemed guest in the house and also on the virtual platform. Just one artistic question to my friend that I schooled with. I'm saying that I have one question. No, there's no charming. This is my former leader from Sasko West Branch, Vetis. So there's no charming. It's I think what the question that I want to pose, Deputy Chair, it's on the is directed to Kefilwe on the presentation that she made. In a starting point, she made a reflection on the 10-year review of the NDP, and it will be quite critical to understand from a side and perspective, given because the NDP lists the obstacles to progress. It lists also indicators that has to be considered in terms of charting the way forward to address areas of concern, and the 4 streams that she also alluded to. To me, what is quite critical is to get a sense from a side as to whether, given the fact that the situation is deteriorating, is there a need to really look at our macroeconomic reform, because key to our macroeconomic reform will be our monetary policy. It will be our fiscal policy. In
If you
particular,
can just get the speaker chair to speak a bit louder. If it means the best way for him to do so
should I sit down?
is to sit down,
Okay.
let's do it that way.
Thank you, thank you. My apology, national chairperson. I was on two areas. Is there a need to as part of looking at our macroeconomic reform to put more emphasis on our fiscal policy? Because you have two options that usually Treasury will look into in terms of whether they are going to expand our fiscus or we are going to contract it. I'm looking at the scenario that usually confronts National Treasury. It has usually two scenarios. The first scenario will be a passive one. In the passive scenario, it looks more into the debt that continues to rise, because the debt definitely, I think, just its amount surpasses our budget, what we are budgeting for our social and economic priorities. In the active scenario, at the same time, government is much more concerned about stabilizing debt to reduce spending and also enacting economic reforms. There's been talks that even the current budget that we have, the consolidation of our budget, at the center of it, it is more or infused with austerity measures, and that in itself constrain our government ability to put much more focus in terms of expanding our fiscals. An example will be the debate around what is happening at the Public Service Coordinating Bargaining Council, which the government says it can afford the 10% that the workers are putting on the agenda, because key to them is financial sustainability. But of course, it also creates a bit of a challenge even within the civil society itself. So I just wanted to check as to whether do we have to go to relook at our macroeconomic reforms or what? Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Ndongeni.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I don't know whether this question I'm going to ask, whether it's been asked by other member or someone, but I've got a problem on this. On rural areas, there's municipalities which don't have a source of income. They depend on this milk and they pay the staff because they have a bloated staff. What is the consequences, or what can we do? Because we hear that when we're going to have any intervention, because we hear from the report of AG, we didn't hear all along the year. So I'm not quite sure if Ndibuza ndilile kumnqwabo wrong. I'm so sorry. Now sending Nyamese. Thank you, Chairperson.
There is nothing that is wrong. What you must know, you must know. And those that can't respond can go and do research and come back and give you the response. Yes, Commissioner, you wanted to, before we go back to, you wanted to?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to respond to the first comment that was made in relation to the work we're doing in steering the Department of Health, Home Affairs, and the Department of Social Development to coordinate with one another for early birth registration.
just for purposes of context, this is was initially in relation to early access to the child support grant, where because of nutrition deficiencies, because children were not getting the child support grant from birth or as early as possible, that happened. So we're looking at possibly fast tracking that or steering the departments to fast track that and to ensure that children are registered as early as possible, because later in the life cycle as well, when they're meant to get the identity documents, that is a challenge as well, particularly if they're orphaned, there's erasure that happens in the system. So thank you for the comment on labor migration, where after retirement, the elderly go back to rural areas, for example, in the Eastern Cape, and that should be considered in terms of equitable share planning to accommodate those citizens, especially in relation to basic services such as healthcare and sanitation. So thank you. We'll take that into consideration moving forward for planning.
I don't know if I should stand, but okay, I would like to probably add on Commissioner Nshwana's response to honorable members' questions. As much as we know that municipalities or rural municipalities do get very little or next to zero, because one, the census may not necessarily be accurate, but we also know that the little they get does not really go to where it's supposed to go. And I will talk in relation to water and energy because that's my space. So the equitable share, however small it is that gets allocated, does not necessarily go to the services, but instead tend to go to salaries and admin of small municipalities. And I think it's a topic that we need to really debate and interrogate thoroughly. Is it not time that we relook at section 2141 of the Constitution, which continues to say we should send money to municipalities that do not have capacity to execute and implement, and then have other departments or state-owned entities coming to intervene. And at times, if not most of the time, it's already late. The FFC team made an example of the famous Giyani project. For those of us that are in the space, we know how it started. It started at a municipality that could not implement it. Today, we are still trying to fix. There's never a definite answer on what the budget to completing this project is be. It keeps changing, the budget keeps growing, the timelines keep changing, because when you think that you are left with something that's gonna cost 1.5 billion, then we realize that, oops, even the piping that you have thought that you had completed are not of good standard and they need to be taken out. So shouldn't we be taking money, or rather to municipalities, after we have evaluated their capacity and their capability to execute certain projects? Because we moved from a project that was supposed to cost us 700 million to now easily 5 billion. And it's just a classical example of the so many that is happening in the country. Thank you, Chair.
And actually you are touching on a very important issue. I don't know. I went to Giyani once, and since then that project is so close to my heart. And I looked at the municipality, the council, and so people, they just don't know what to do to address the issues. But I didn't want to say that. It's just that I think now that when I came back from Giyani, I was speaking to everyone in every meeting, and everyone, people become so fed up with me for this Giyani project. But the thing that I wanted, I hope really the Minister of Electricity can join us. There is a possibility, because I also think what you have just said about that project is also some of the things that I think is relevant to the issues of what is happening with the power stations, the development and so on. So I so hope, because I don't want to speak about something that we don't have, we are not well informed, but I so really hope. I will allow the planning commission to finalize and then we will come to the FFC. I hope it's fine. So yes, Commissioner Naidu.
Thanks, thanks very much. I'll deal with two questions. The first one is the issue of small, medium, micro enterprises in the township economy. And what about the issue of the rural economy? So I'll deal with that, and then I'll deal with the fiscal policy issue as well. So if I deal with the issue of the SMEs, Chairperson, you know, I think it is one of the most important issues which we should be focusing on in the South African economy. And the reason is in the NDP, 90% of all the jobs in Vision 2030 are supposed to come from small, medium, and micro enterprises. And it's an area where we're not generating the numbers that we need. So I can give you some figures on that. So, Chairperson, we only have in South Africa 15% of all the businesses being micro enterprises. Now, what is the same category in a country like Brazil or Mexico? It is over 90%. So we had 15% of our businesses being micro. Other countries like us, Mexico, Malaysia, Brazil, the middle income countries that have similar demographics and so on, it's over 90%. So there's something keeping the number of businesses created lower in South Africa. So it becomes a very important thing to unlock that, because that's where a lot of people will find jobs. And we need to think about how we can find ways to make that viable. So some of the things which are important and we are looking at and need attention, the one, and there's four things I'll just raise. The one is the issue of regulations become very important. So we have regulations that can make it easier for people to start businesses and sustain them. So there is work on red tape, but in particular, we need to think about the rules that will pertain to businesses that, let's say, employ less than 50 people. And then obviously if you put less than 10, it can be easier. So you make it progressively easier for smaller businesses to be established and to comply. And then obviously as they get bigger, they can comply with more complicated rules and regulations. The second thing is the issue of financing. We don't provide enough financing and the type of financing that can support small businesses. You can't go to a bank as someone starting a business for the first time and get a loan. Very, very hard. You have to have a turnover of a certain amount, typically 10 million rand, before you can get a loan. So it means, and we saw that with COVID, very hard for small businesses to get relief from banks, because banks don't have rules that don't allow them to do that anyway. So we have to look at the financing dispensation and special programs that can help. So the programs we have programs, but they're small. We talk about 5 billion, 10 billion for a country like South Africa. That's a very small number, considering how many businesses we want to create. So that's the financing. Third thing we might want to look at as well will be certain rules again, but maybe particularly around taxation. So in many countries, they have ways in which they have different taxation dispensation for small businesses. The fourth thing that is important is in terms of youth, where you want young people to be setting up businesses. And so it's youth going into small businesses, so businesses that want to employ youth, but also young people who want to now set up their own businesses. Maybe they got a bit of experience, but it's quite challenging. So there's support for youth. Now, these are the issues in general that have to be looked at to boost dramatically the number of micro enterprises we have. How that affects in terms of the aspect of rural economy, it's similar, but you have to do much more of these things. So it's basically the degree of support one would have to give would have to be tailored, but it would have to be even more in a rural area, because some of the complications and dynamics would be worse. So there are a number of proposals that the Planning Commission has been working on and in that regard. On the second issue, which is on fiscal policy, and the question was phrased, as I understand it, in looking at different scenarios. And the one scenario was where the government puts more money in terms of spending, and as it was described, not to be too conservative in terms of spending. So to spend more. And the second one is looking at stabilizing debt and economic reforms. So I think the way to think about this is we do need to watch the issue of debt, because debt carries interest. And what we see rising now is the servicing costs of debt are rising. It's now the second biggest budget item. And that means it's taking money away from other priorities because you have to pay the debt. So it's one obviously can raise debt, but then you have to look at what are you borrowing the money for? Because you have to pay interest on it. So I think there we have to look at the fact, Chair, that if we are putting 2.2 trillion rand a year into the budget for 1 year, what is the impact of that money? What is the efficiency of the spend? Is it going to the right things? Are we getting the return on that investment? That becomes very important. So if the money is being raised from debt, but it's going to things that are building the long-term economic capacity, so you're borrowing to build infrastructure and things that are going to generate money, then there's an argument for that. But if the money is going to things that are not going to generate growth in the long term, there's a challenge. I think the issue then is how that would combine to things or in terms of economic reforms, because you want to look at what are the things that can be done from a policy point of view that can unlock growth, because the more growth you have, obviously the more tax revenue that can be collected, and that can mean then you can spend the money on more things. So I think in terms of fiscal policy, there will obviously be debate, but the core thing, and maybe from a parliamentary point of view, an aspect that will always be there is being able to, I think, Chair, as you said, to ensure that to actually look at the implementation that is being supported by the budget. So from a National Planning Commission point of view, we are looking to see whether the plans that are being made, how they are feeding into the medium-term strategic framework and then to the medium-term expenditure framework. So that becomes important. So all the spending, one already can see what is the impact which can be tracked. Thank you, Chair.
Before we continue with the responses, Honorable Dangor have indicated that you want to also contribute to the discussion. Honorable Dangor, we will allow you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Deputy Chairperson, I think that the Planning Commission has brought up some very interesting ideas. But I sat in the constituency and the NCOP had gone there and to look at this. The constituency has 1.5 million people, 45 informal settlements. How do we harmonize between the 3 spheres of government to ensure that we address this particular problem? The only solution in my mind is to create a new city. So I've got to lobby local government, the province and national government to harmonize to see if we can't get something going there that you can actually look and provide hope to people there to solve the problem. There's no army that's going to move 45 very large informal settlements. And I'd like a response from the Planning Commission to see how we can actually harmonize between the 3 spheres of government to ensure that we harmonize budget, we harmonize planning, and we harmonize implementation. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dangor. We will continue. I don't know who is going to respond to that, but think a little bit about what Honorable Dangor asked. And I see the Deputy Chair is not here at the moment. So is there anything, Secretary, that you want to respond to? Because I think the chairpersons of the work streams came out quite Go ahead.
Yes, I think the last question, even Commissioner Munukwane can assist. But one critical issue that the National Planning Commission also raises frequently is the alignment of planning, budgeting, implementation, monitoring, reporting, and making sure that we understand. So it is an institution building issue that remains critical, but aligned also to the issue of what was raised previously on the issue of can't the FFC and NPC work together with status A and advise properly on the issue of the equitable share. I guess it is a critical issue that comes out of this that would also need to bring us together. I understand when I worked in status A, that is one of the challenges that we had. The dynamics of the population, the disparities across the different areas in terms of numbers in population that determine the issue of allocation. But that also is alongside the understanding of many other issues of poverty and how the livelihoods of people are. So I guess it's a critical one that I think between us and the FFC, working with status A, as we will await the census data now, would be a good platform for us to work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I think it actually dealt with the issue that was raised by Honorable Dangwa. But is there anything that one of you want to add, Titsa?
Thank you, Chair. I think to add on to what Dr. Masiting has said is the fact that in an effort to streamline planning and budgets, over and above working with State SA and the FFC, the National Planning Commission together with DPME is working on a national planning framework bill, which will really guide us legally in terms of where the planning for what sits and how it should cascade down. Because it's something that we've not had as a state. We've been so uncoordinated. In fact, I'm a firm believer that we not necessarily do not have a money problem. We've got an organizing and implementing problem, not a money problem. And the figures that also came from the presentation of FFC, which goes to prove what I'm saying, is that the grants keep going up year in, year out, but the impact and the results thereof is next to zero. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Morukwane. You make me feel very satisfied with the response because I'm one that is always harping on the issue of coordination. At what point and at what level? And that is the exact point where we are. We want to address that specific issues. I think, is there anyone of the Planning Commission that still want to say anything? If none, we will go to the FFC. Dr. Mbawa, we will allow your team to respond to the issues because it is overlapping, but it is important that we should get your responses.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, for that. I think quite clearly there is an imperative for the FFC to work together with the Planning Commission on various matters, including looking at Section 214 of the Constitution regarding the equitable division of revenue and allocation, and also on service delivery issues as we want to achieve our 2030 vision. So I'm mindful that we might want to get together and put our heads together on that. On some of the questions, the technical ones, we've noted them. Some will have to do more research on them. But I would like to ask my head of research to probably, if he has any views on the some of the questions asked, to briefly assist us.
Thank you. Yes, Jen.
Your Honourable Chair and my Chairperson and honourable members. Regarding the question, I think what is front and centre is this municipal dysfunction. I understand the distress that's us as this House, as the oversight body, is seeing and concerned over that the issue seems to only prop up the point of AG. Just to go back a little bit, especially to do with infrastructure, is in the local municipal space, it should be right, quite visible because infrastructure in the local government, it's about water, it's about electricity, it's about refuse, are there services and for sanitation. And these are built, physically visible, built infrastructure. And so the information here feeding in between from the local to the center for as this, we envisage or we would like it to be integrated, intergovernmental, fiscal, financial, and implementation infrastructure development information system should be there. But I think that is part of I'm still sketching the problem statements. It's the problem that we don't have that information system that feeds relatively quickly and even in between years to say that here we have thrown in some amounts of money, but we don't see these in basic infrastructure and services built and delivered to the people. And so therefore moving to then I appreciate the automated intervention. I think looking at some of the reports and in year as well as of course the AG is that these are issues that embedded, meaning that it's always been there. The ones that are identified have either been identified before, but then the intervention hasn't been done or put in place to correct it. And so we not, at least we now know that it's not exactly the unknown unknowns. It is something that is and can be done something about. It's just the implementation. Now coming to implementation, Honorable Chair and members, look at MIG infrastructure, and I want to draw your attention to this issue of distance between center and the or national and local. South Africa is big, got masses of land and very diverse people and land and well, I almost want to say scenery, but nature actually, geography. There are high mountains, there are wetlands, and there are dry lands. And so these MIG or any kind of intergovernmental fiscal transfers cannot be one size fits all. It can't be just this one grant and without any sort of appreciation of the differentiations and the specificities and the local contents of the municipality that the money is going to, and hoping that the outcome is going to be somehow locally appropriate for local infrastructure and economic development. Coming broader, Honorable Chairman, to the macroeconomic frame reform and issue of debt. If we learn from the most recent experience of our debt to GDP escalating from 27% in 2009 to suddenly double and almost looking at it, it's going to be triple that. It's one thing to understand that the sources of those, the composition of that debt accumulation. SOEs is one of those, right? Issues that these bailouts and also, but also the social services, basic services that we're continuously pumping more and more money into, but we don't see results. So I think, Honorable Chairman, the ultimate or solution to this is intervention needs to be implemented speedily and decisively, and that information is of utmost importance, accurate information, and to look into that, how that information feeds, the speed of it. Think of it like a data line. It is a difference between a 2 megabyte line versus a 100 megabyte line that can tell us what to do in that much faster and to actually implement and make corrections in terms of the outcome. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Look, we are satisfied. Now, I was hoping that we will be really concluding exactly at 1 o'clock. So that we can go to the restaurant, have our lunch and start exactly at 2 o'clock. So just before we leave, as we are passing through the room, they want us to have a group photo. So let's just say for now, we are suspending the proceedings, but after lunch, we will start with the Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. Then she will then be the one that will be our next speaker. So let us be back so that we can start in time. But before that, let me remind you that we still must take a group photo. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think it was quite a fruitful session so far. Honorable Mokone, you were not here when we wanted to introduce you properly to the people. So we will do it some other time. You said for a tea break, I said no tea break now, I'm opening the lunch, but I don't see people moving.
Advocate Nsipanya Mukhale. I'm told that the commissioner Van der Merwe is not here. Are you here? No, so we'll start with Van der Merwe then. Yes, and the person she's replacing is Advocate Nsipanya Mukhale. So we start. Thank you very much. I used to work with Sizagene Malubane some years ago. So she knows this is how we work. So please proceed. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you and good afternoon. Greetings from the Commission for Gender Equality. As stated, I am Commissioner Leanne van der Merwe. I'm standing in for my colleague, Advocate Sepanya Mokhale. This afternoon's presentation relates to the women's economic empowerment in South Africa. First, a word on the mandate of the CGE. The CGE is what is known as a Chapter 9 institution. It's an independent statutory body established alongside other Chapter 9 organizations such as the Human Rights and Public Protector. The mandate of the CGE is provided for in Section 187 of the Constitution, as well as the CGE Act of 1996 as amended. We are mandated to promote respect for, to protect, develop, and attain gender equality, and to make recommendations on any legislation affecting the status of women. Alongside this ideal, we are also keeping a keen eye on gender equality as it relates to women in politics, as it relates to, but not limited to, women in politics, as well as the participation of women in leadership. Section 187, subsection 2, grants the CGE the power, as regulated by national legislation, to perform its functions, including the power to monitor, investigate, research, educate, lobby, advise, and report on issues concerning gender equality. To give some context to this, the data that I'm presenting is building on a previously published study called Sink or Swim, the challenges of implementing government's women economic empowerment programs in South Africa. So the study has been prompted by the 2020 presidential pronouncement of 40% of government spending to go to women-owned businesses, and investing in women's economic empowerment sets a direct path towards gender equality, poverty eradication, and inclusive economic growth. Public procurement, as we know, is the function whereby the public sector acquires goods and services from local suppliers subject to the principles of fairness, equality, transparency, competitiveness, and cost effectiveness. By ignoring the potential role of women-owned business in the supply chain, corporations, including government, are missing an opportunity to expand their markets, to develop their supply chains, to solidify brand loyalty, and enhance their reputations, while simultaneously improving the lives of women and girls. The aim of the study has been to determine the proportion of spend that national and provincial government departments undertake in procuring goods and services from Black-owned women business, given the 40% quota allocation. Current legislative framework speaking on the procurement of allocations for women's economic empowerment in South Africa. So global and regional includes the optional protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the Solemn Declaration on Gender Equality, the African Union Agenda, the SADC Protocol on Gender Equality and Development, the African Union Strategy on Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the Beijing Platform for Action, as well as the Millennium Development Goals and the Sustainable Development Goals. National frameworks include the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, the 1954 Women's Charter, the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination, also known as PEPUDA, the National Development Plan, as well as the National Framework for Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality. Current legislative frameworks on the procurement allocations of women's economic empowerment in South Africa, the Public Finance Management Act, the Appropriations Bill, the National Empowerment Fund Act, the National Small Business Amendment Act established CEDA, Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act, as well as the Preferential Procurement and Policy Framework Act. In terms of the research approach and methodology undertaken for the research, we extracted quantitative descriptive data from the National Treasury on expenditure patterns relating to procurement of goods and services of national departments and provinces. The National Treasury collects, collates, and stores such information within the central supplier database. We looked at 15 government departments, and all 9 provinces were selected, and all their spend from 2017, 2018 to 2020/2021 financial years were received by the CGE Research Unit. The sampling of the various departments, these included Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, Civil Secretariat for Police Services, Correctional Services, Employment and Labor, Government Communication and Information Systems, Home Affairs, International Relations and Cooperation, Mineral Resources, Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Public Services and Administration, Science and Technology, the South African Police Service, Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, Communication and Digital Technologies, as well as Traditional Affairs. The names of the government departments were kept as they appeared on the National Treasury's Central Supplier Database System. The CSD data is in line with the legislation for procurement, one of which is BBEE legislation. Data provided by the National Treasury shows Black women-owned businesses. The research unit looked at majority-owned, 51% plus. The figures in the report predate the pronouncement made by the president. The figures prior to the pronouncement should indicate lesser expenditure on women-owned businesses than after the pronouncement. Key findings that I'm sharing with you. So where we've seen a steady pattern has been with Civil Secretariat for Police Services at 0.03%, an increase in expenditure in favor of women-owned, Black women-owned businesses is representative of the following departments: Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Department of Labor, Department of Home Affairs, Department of Public Service and Administration, where we've seen a decrease in procurement favoring Black-owned women businesses include the Department of Minerals and Energy, Department of Science and Technology, Government Communications and Information Systems, Department of Correctional Services, Department of International Relations and Cooperation, as well as the Department of Traditional Affairs and Telecommunication and Postal Services. So looking at the relationship between pronouncement and policy is that we've seen a disjunction between the commitment made by the president, no effort to develop a clear policy or legislative framework to comply with and enforce the pronouncement, as we have documented within the CGE, reviewing available data and information on procurement expenditure patterns, no convincing evidence has been provided of clear efforts to turn the statement into concrete programs, action, policy, and legislation. We also find that gender was subsumed under race rather than being a primary selection criteria in its own right. As such, the data supplied by the National Treasury on departmental and provincial spending has been categorized and desegregated based on the race category, while the data relating to gender has been a subcategory under the broader category of race. Overall, national and provincial spending on Black-owned women businesses is generally low for the period of our review. Even without legislation, the 40% is nowhere near being achieved in terms of consistent spending on procuring from Black women-owned businesses. Not much improvement both prior and post the pronouncement. The low expenditure figures prevailed. The CGE takes this lack of significant improvement in the expenditure figures across the board as an indication of lack of effort by government departments at national and provincial level to meet the 40% target announced by the president. The levels of expenditure by the different departments on Black-owned women businesses amounted to only a fraction of the overall procurement expenditure during the period of our review. For example, outliers such as the Department of Traditional Affairs in the financial period 2018-2019 spent 46.20% and almost 51% in the following financial year. We've also seen a drastic drop and overall low procurement spend on Black women-owned businesses in the 2020-2021 across studies that illustrates that legislation in this regard is needed. Across different provinces, the Department of Health has had the highest spend overall. But this didn't necessarily translate into higher spending levels on Black-owned women businesses. The higher the overall spending did not imply higher spending on Black women-owned businesses. Sectoral economic activities had the highest spend on construction, followed by accommodation, and then the food service industry. This data is limited within the South African context. We don't know of any study that had looked at the systematic allocation of state resources through procurement processes to support women-owned businesses. And it's not something that we have seen in the published literature. One of the shortcomings of the study was that we looked exclusively at quantitative, descriptive data supplied to us by the National Treasury on the expenditure patterns. One of the limitations that exist is that we didn't look at the qualitative insights into what this data would mean. In conclusion, the procurement processes of the South African government are not designed or geared towards promoting sustainable women's economic empowerment. We have also seen a lack of the necessary policy and enabling legislation to underpin the president's pronouncement of a 40% procurement target for women-owned businesses. In general, the government is spending far less on women-owned businesses than is promised by the president. We make the following recommendations. The current public procurement legislation does not sufficiently advance gender as a primary selection criteria for state procurement processes. Therefore, the CGE recommends that race and gender be separated and weighted equally as primary criteria for consideration and as the basis for selection of businesses in the allocation of state procurement resources. In order to put concrete measures in place to realize the president's policy pronouncement on the 40% target allocation, the CGE also recommend that current state procurement processes, including existing policies and legislation, be thoroughly reviewed, and where appropriate, amendments should be made to strengthen support for promoting women-owned business through state procurement processes. And then finally, the CGE recommend that an effective monitoring and evaluation system be put in place to ensure proper implementation and compliance of the pronouncement made by the president on the 40% spending be allocated to women-owned businesses. It's a lot of data and I ran through it for the sake of time, but I think you caught the gist of what I came to present. Thank you.
There's the presentation from Commissioner Lee or Lay van der Merwe. Thank you very much. Are there any comments?
Chairperson, if I may.
I know that we may have if we're pressed for time.
We will
Go
have an
through the-
interactive session at the end of the presentations. I think we can proceed with the next presenter.
Yeah. That may a reasonable way to go. Can we then do this if that was the route to take? Why don't everybody just have a clean sheet of paper, a notepad and so on? So you note down all the issues as they get raised. So that when you get an opportunity to ask a question or to make a comment, the ideas aren't lost. Please do that. Some person here is right ahead, is actually doing that, which is excellent. So you are going to be here from the Merwe, where you're going to be here until right at the end. Because we can't afford you leaving. Because that will complicate this suggestion. Okay. We'll now move on to Bernice Swartz. Deputy Minister, please step forward.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair of the NCOP. I'm representing the minister because he is at cabinet, but because when we are called to account, we should not give excuses, I'm here. And the brief that we're given is that we should come and give an update on the 62 infrastructure projects, which are under ISA, which is the institute which falls under us as an entity of Infrastructure South Africa. So we prepared a brief, but the minutes that have been given shows that we've been given 15 minutes to present the 62 projects. So I will try my best to do that, but to actually concentrate on what we're requested to do, in that we must be able to say which infrastructure projects would have been completed by this 6th Parliament term, and which would then be carried over into the 7th Parliament term. Now, the strategic integrated projects that will be implemented by April 2024 is that currently we have 10 completed projects under the 6th administration, and then there will be 18 to be implemented in the 2023-2024 projects currently under procurement to either reach financial closure or start construction. And then we will have 14 projects in preparation stages. Projects targeted to be implemented in the 7th administration after preparation work is completed. These projects will not be implemented in the 6th administration because they are all currently in preparations stages. And then we have 20 projects which are currently in construction. I will now actually just go to the numbers in terms of the amounts that have been spent, because what I did is that I prepared all the projects that have been implemented to say how many jobs have been created, how much money has been spent, and then those that have not yet been implemented, what the hurdles are. So in my presentation that we have sent and submitted, I don't know if it was received by everybody, but it will show why a project is delayed. And those that are completed, it will show even pictures of the completion of the projects themselves. So in total, we have a number of 48 active strategic integrated project programs. And then the projects that are in procurement stage are projects which will cost 134.2 billion. And projects that are in construction are 232.3 billion. And projects that have been completed are projects which have been completed with an amount of 3.85 billion. And the number of jobs that have been created through these projects is 421,000 jobs. But additional jobs, if these projects are implemented, the ones that are in the stage of being implemented, the number of jobs that will be created is 800,000 jobs that we are looking at that will be created. So what we had also done, we had done a graph which shows the allocation of projects per province. So for us to actually unlock further projects, you would need an estimated 4.6 billion taken at a 5% of total of the project value, which will require to unlock 9 projects which are in preparation stages. That is why I said that we had prepared a whole comprehensive compilation of all the projects, which includes all the projects. Now, we have water and sanitation projects, which just shows that what are the advanced works, which ones are still in preparation stages, which ones are ready to be implemented, and which ones require gazetting out of those projects. So we have, out of the water projects, we have the Vaal River system, including phase 2 of the Lesotho Highlands Water Project. That project has a potential of creating 16,968 jobs. And the project is at a stage where it has already started. So it is a project that is already in construction. And this project is the Lesotho Water Highlights project from the integrated Vaal River system that supports development in the province of Gauteng, Mpumalanga, Free State, Northwest, Limpopo, and Northern Cape, and contributes to between 50 and 60% of South Africa's GDP. The project stirs water in the headwaters of Orange River in Lesotho and transfers it via gravity into the headwaters of Vaal River in South Africa to augment the yield of the Vaal River system. Now, this project is sitting at 39,312 million, and it has shifted because in May 2022, we were saying that the expenditure to date would be 15.2%, which means that it has shifted with 5.982 million. Now, construction of advanced infrastructure in progress is the Polyhala Dam and Saddle Dam, which the construction commencement was the 23rd of November 2022. And the Polyhala to Katse Transfer Tunnel construction commencement, which was started on the 5th of December 2022. And then the Sengu Bridge construction commencement date was November 2022. Now, this project, like we are saying, has started, and I've given the number of potential jobs that it can create. Then we have the phase 2 of the Makola Crocodile River West Augmentation Project, which is a phase 2, comprises of abstraction, pump station, and a 160-kilometer pipeline to transfer water from the Crocodile River to the Lephalale area. This project is sitting at 12.36 billion, and it is in progress. And the potential direct jobs that can be created out of this project is 5,731 projects. Now, with this project, raising of funding through the development funding institutions commenced with due diligence and open market requests for proposals was issued on the 5th of August 2022, and it closed on the 27th of September 2022. RFP proposals currently being evaluated. Borrowing limit and credit rating are in place. So that is the update on that project. In the Umkoman's water project, which is in the KwaZulu-Natal province, this project will augment the Mgeni River system, the main water source that supplies about 6 million people and industries in the eThekwini Metro and Msunduzi local municipality areas of jurisdiction, all of which compromise the economic powerhouse of KwaZulu-Natal. Water required projections indicate the MRS is already in deficit. The scope of the works include a new 81-meter high dam at Smithfield on the Umkomans River, conveyance infrastructure, which is 32 kilometers, 3.5 meters diameter tunnel, and 5 kilometers, 2.5 diameter pipeline to the proposed water treatment works, conveyance infrastructure. WTW in the Umlazi River Valley, including a balancing dam subject to environmental impact assessment approval. A gravity pipeline from the proposed to the UW bulk distribution system connecting in the area of the Umlas Road Reservoir. From Umlas Road, water will be distributed under gravity through the existing infrastructure to eThekwini. This project is at a cost of 23.243 million. And the commencement of construction and project completion is that the commencement of this project is estimated to be between 2025 and 2026. It has been moved from 2024 and 2025 financial years. And the estimated projection completion has been moved from 2028 to 2030. Following engagement with DWS and National Treasury, TCTA collaborated with the Infrastructure Fund to prepare a request for fiscal funding to the budget facility for infrastructure. The request was submitted to the BFI in June and proposed a 25% grant from the fiscus and a 25% subordinated interest-free loan from the Infrastructure Fund. The BFI application was approved by the National Treasury in December 2022. In the process of negotiating the final water user agreement and framework agreement with recipients, municipalities thereafter all will submit the final draft agreements to their councils for approval. The environmental authorizations and approved pre-construction MPPs are in place for the water, conveyance infrastructure, and the Smithfield Dam. This project is estimated that it can create a number of 10,776 jobs. And the status of the project is that it is very slow in terms of progress. The Olifants River Water Resource Development Project Phase 2, which is also in Limpopo. The entire Olifants River Water Resource Development Program is now merged into one implementation model, termed the Olifants Management Model. It was decided to partner the commercial sector of the 50-50 funding principle, but to also include the water service to the communities adjacent to the line. This will be implemented on public-private collaboration model. The scope of work is based on a reconfiguration of the scheme, which has made it possible to defer phases 2 and D and E. The implementation of the phases 2 and B and F is key, with an extension of 2B+. This project is estimated to be at 24.89 million. And the progress, it's in progress already. We have a memorandum of intent has been signed between the WDS and Commercial Users Consortium to jointly severely finance, build, operate, and maintain the projects. The heads of terms for an Olifants Management Model framework agreed between the CUC and DWS has been signed. The MOM Memorandum of Understanding was launched in May 2022, and a Limpopo project launch was held on the 27th of October 2022. Libalelo Water User Association was appointed as the implementing agent for the implementation of the OAM program, and an implementation agreement was signed between the department and LWA on the 27th of November 2022. The DWS is in the process of resolving contractual matters with the existing PSP. And this project has a potential of creating 3,037 jobs, and the status of the project is that it is in progress. The Valga-Magara Bulk Water Distribution System Phase 2, which is in the Northern Cape. The purpose of the project is for the functional replacement of the existing steel pipe with a new pipeline to provide assurance of current and future demands by all users. The main water users in the area include the various mines, municipalities, agricultural sector, and Transnet. Upgrading of the Valga-Magara Regional Bulk Water Supply Scheme will be in 2 phases as follows. Phase 1, a pipeline from Roshko to Black Rock and bulk reticulation of the surrounding area. Phase 2 incorporates the rest of the project, excluding works to provide water to Botswana. This project is on 10 billion, revised from 18.4 billion by Sedibong Water, as the Botswana project was removed from the scheme. And then phase 1 we have 1.4 billion phase revised from 1.2 billion, which is the balance for phase 2. The submission for the budget maintenance was approved by DWS. Phase 1 was completed in June 2022. Phase 2 of the project, boreholes for the 22 villages. The project has been transferred to Bloom Water after disestablishment of Sedibeng Water. The Mining Leadership Forum agreed to avail up to 2 billion for phase 2 as front loading of the capital raising fee. The LMF and DWS has agreed that a special purpose vehicle will be established for the implementation of phase 2, and the funds of both parties will be transferred to the special purpose vehicle. This project is also very slow in progress, even though part of it has been implemented, and it has a potential of creating 4,636 direct jobs. The Zimvubu Water Project in the Eastern Cape. This project entails the construction of 2 multi-purpose dams, namely Tabelanga and Lalelini dams, a hydropower station water treatment plant, primary and secondary water distribution systems with reservoirs and ancillary infrastructure. A phased implementation has been adopted due to implementation readiness and funding constraints. Supply of domestic water, integrated agriculture and generation of hydraulic power. Potential for tourism, fisheries and recreation development should be pursued. Current proposals for expansions. This project is at 18 billion, including the 2 dams, and 15 billion excluding Lalelini Dam. This excludes engineering, environmental admin, escalation contingencies, and VAT. Stage 1 construction progress is at 60% completion. The original budget has been reduced to 8.1 billion through reconfiguration of the project, which is entailed deferring stage 4, Lalelini Dam and hydropower station, as well as the central water treatment works configuration. DWS is engaging ESCOM to explore options for investing in the Lalini Dam and hydro scheme. This project has a potential of creating 8,345 direct jobs. And the critical issues in this project is that securing long-term funding for all the project stages. And the status of the project is that it's delayed at this stage. And then we have the Park River Full Augmentation Scheme, which is in the Western Cape. This project is going to be conceptualized to extract winter flows from the Berg River to existing full flow dam, improving its yield by 23 million square meters per annum in the medium to long term. It consists of a weir and pump station on the Berg River and a 6.3 kilometer long pipeline to deliver water to the full flow dam. The water reconciliation strategy for the Western Cape water supply system indicates that the system is projected to be in the deficit in the near future and should be augmented by at least 2019-20 to avert a serious shortfall. The urgent need for augmenting has become evident by the system's inability to cope with the current drought situation. This project has been revised. The cost it is at 1.1 billion, and it was revised from 728 million. The conceptual designs were completed in February 2022, and the outcomes of the concept designs resulted in material changes in the project implementation timelines and project costs to completion, estimated costs, the borrowing limit requirement, and water tariff. The process to engage with the users has commenced, and this project has a potential of creating 338 direct jobs. And the crucial issues in this project is securing long-term funding, concluding institutional arrangements, And the status is that it has a very slow progress as well. That is all the water projects that have been implemented and others that are still ongoing and others that are at a very slow pace. And I will now go on to the energy projects and just run through the whole high level part of it in terms of the energy projects that we have. We have energy projects that are still in procurement that are in progress, which is the risk mitigation independent power producer program, which is with 2,000 megawatts at 50 billion rand. The Department for the RIM-PPP was gazetted on the 7th of July, 2020, in response to the determination of 2,000 megawatts of new generation supply capacity will be procured from a range of energy technologies and are based on the following criteria. Minimum contracted capacity of a project shall be 50 megawatts and the maximum contracted capacity shall be 450 megawatts. Long stop date for the last permissible commercial operation before the end of June 2020. This project, the total estimated cost is 50 billion. The project stated is that DOT Section 79 application of Karapawa ship still pending. Refusal, no objection decision since 2021. DOT Transnet Mulilo and ACWA way lifts. DFFE Kapawa ship environmental authorization decision to be issued on the 8th of March. DPWI OYA servitude pending finalization of commercial conditions of agreement. This project is also delayed and also has not given the estimated number of jobs that will be created. The embedded generation investment program, which is at 5.850 megawatts, which is worth 117 billion. This is embedded generation in the production of electricity from smaller scale power stations and usually defined as projects that are planned for their own use. In South Africa, this includes projects that lie outside the formal government procurement program, such as the RIE-PPP. This means that they are higher risk investments as they are not underpinned by government guarantees or state-backed offtake agreements. Proposed investment will add 400 megawatts of solar, pro-voltaic and wind generating capacity. This project, the estimated total cost is 117 billion. As per the Gazette of the Honorable Minister of Department of Public Works, the following projects fall under the Embedded Generation Investment Program Sub-20C. Sibanye, South Africa, solar project, which is at 50 megawatts. Sereti Green, Umbalile Emoyeni wind farm. Anglo Corison Hartebeeshoek, which is at 140 megawatts. Anglo Corison Mooiplaats, which is at 240 megawatts. And this project has also been delayed. It has not been implemented. Those are the two solar projects. And then on the transport projects that have been completed, Honorable Chair, what I will do is that because it's a long list of the roads which are completed roads, I will just run through them and give the province and give the amounts and give the number of jobs that were created, which is the upgrade of the national route from 1 Wynberg interchange to Wynberg station. The brief description is that upgrade of the national route, 1 from Wynberg interchange to Winterberg station. This project is in the Free State and created 556 jobs. And the capital was 441,037,154, which is the money that was spent. And these projects are all completed projects. The DDN Musina Ring Road, of which we have put a picture of the completed road, which is a 4-lane road, which is in Limpopo, which created 923 jobs. The Polokwane Eastern Ring Road Phase 2 was to increase the capacity of the congested highway in Limpopo, and it created 883 jobs. The National One route from Ventersdorp to Kroonstad was to upgrade the National Route 1 Section 17 from Ventersburg to Kroonstad. This was design only, and it is in the Free State, and it created 912 jobs. Upgrade of the National Road 1 Section 17 from Ventersdorp to Hallfontein Interchange. The project description was the upgrade of the National Route 1 Section 17 on the interchange, which also is in the Free State, which also created 912 jobs. Upgrading of 3.7 kilometers of the National Route 2 between Mtunzini Toll Plaza, section 20.8 kilometers, 42.7, and Empangeni T Junction, section 29 kilometers, 13.10, which was the upgrading on national routes between Mtunzini Toll Plaza section and Empangeni in KwaZulu-Natal, which created 1,364 jobs. The Cato Ridge, Dardendales, the upgrade of the N3 from Cato Ridge to Dardendales, including upgrading the existing 4-lane dual carriageway to an 8-lane dual carriageway by widening the median and outer shoulders and lengthening one rail underpass. The estimated cost of this project was 1.46 million. Widening the construction and northbound carriage in progress with all traffic in cut-off flow on southbound relocation on the Mgeni water pipeline has been commenced. The new link for the 103 has commenced, widening all the rail underpassing progressing well. All beams placed on the 7th of November 2022 under one-day rail occupation. Construction of 2 retaining walls and module walls has commenced. The potential direct jobs in this project was 1,894. And this project is on track. The N3 Dannerdales to Lanefield Park. This road has also been widened and has been upgraded, and the interchange and related upgrades. And reconstruction of sections of the northbound are in progress. And it's almost the same like the other one because they do interlink. And this progress is delayed in this project. And the potential number of jobs is 1,776. And the key milestones achieved is that the acquisition of the required property is in hand, with expropriation approvals received from the Minister of Transport during 2022, and access to the property having been obtained. And key milestones for the next quarter is that they are finalizing the land acquisition for this project. The Paradise Valley to Marion Hill Toll Plaza, the upgrade of the N3 from the southern limit at Paradise Valley to the northern limit at Marion Hill Toll Plaza by providing additional lanes, including upgrading 3 major interchanges and related approaches, as well as lengthening of bridges, overpass and underpasses, crossroads and culverts. The project sponsor for this project is Sunrail, and the only funding that is there that has been used is because it's still in procurement stages is 2,000 rand. Now the project phase is that it has been delayed. The number of potential jobs that can be direct jobs is 2,280. And that they applied to National Treasury for approval of Sunrail borrowing limits. The guarantee limit increased to enable issuing of construction tender. Application was not approved. Also applied via the BFI budget process, but rejected in 2021. The design is in progress. The pavement is deteriorating rapidly and the periodic maintenance project is required. PG3 meeting was completed, BFI application resubmitted for June 2022 for reconsideration. The application has been rejected with additional funding in midterm budget speech, consideration being given to funds becoming available. The N2 and Ndwini swales south of EB Clotter interchange. The capacity of improvements on the N2 from Edwin Swales interchange to south of EB Clotter interchange, including the construction of at least 2 additional lanes in each direction of the N2.
What province is that? How can proceed?
No, I'm going to tell you now, Chair. No, it's in Limpopo, Chair.
Limpopo, okay.
4-level interchange with lanes per ramp, lengthening of 4 culverts, and the lengthening of widening of 7 bridges along the N2. The construction tender closed on the 21st of May 2021. Construction is expected to commence in January 2023 after a 3-month mobilization period. Comments received for proactive assurance report for construction tender in September 2021. Technical evaluation by the independent consultant in accordance with board resolutions has been done. An RBEC process to follow. This project is also delayed, and it's also a project sponsored by Sanral. And the estimated jobs, direct jobs that will be created is 2,486. And the next one is the Ashburn interchange to Murray Road. This is the upgrade of the N3 between Ashburn and Murray Road, including breaking up of existing road layers and reconstruction of between 4 and 5 lanes on both carriageways to accommodate the expected increase in traffic volumes over the next 30 years. It's also a project sponsored by Sanral, and mobilization period for contractor commencement took place between the 25th of November 2022 and the contractor handover was on the 31st of January 2023. And the tender awarded to base major CSES JV mobilization period commenced on the 25th of November 2022. Key milestones for the next quarter: engagements with local stakeholders over the next 3 months. This work will start in May 2023. And the project status is that the project is delayed. The potential direct jobs is 2,153. And then we have the Marion Hill Toll Plaza to Shongweni, which is a toll plaza to Key Ridge from 3 lanes per direction to 5 lanes per direction, including the upgrade of 3 major interchanges and the related upgrades, bridges, overpasses, underpasses, crossroads, and culverts. This project is also under Sanral, and we've applied to National Treasury for approval for borrowing. It's also the same with the credit limit, and it was rejected. Design is in progress. PG3 meetings were completed, and it was resubmitted for reconsideration. And once funds are available, it will be considered, and the progress is also delayed, and the estimated creation of jobs is 2,280. And the Clotter interchange, this is improvements on the N2 and in through, including the widening of existing of the roads. And a new tender was issued and evaluated by TBSA as per board resolution. The board approved the awarding. The handover was in January 2023. This project is also delayed. The potential jobs is 4,381. I'm now going to move to the small harbors, which is the 13 small harbors which fall under DPWI, which are part of our properties as the Department of Public Works. But in this instance, I'm going to speak about the improvements and the stages of the 13
Denise,
hubs.
just a minute there. Of course, you've been on the platform now for some time.
Mm.
So
Yes, I did say, Chair.
What we need to, and as you did indicate in the beginning, that the presentation is a bit, we may not be able to.
Yes, yes.
To do the whole presentation. Why don't we then say, in the next few seconds, we are rounding off?
No, it's fine. I'll do that, Chair. Just like I said in the beginning, Chair, because I think that what I started with, Chair, should give the honorable members in this house a picture of the 62 projects put together. Like I said, 10 have been completed, 18 will be implemented in the 2023 financial years, and that 14 of the projects are still in preparation stages, and that 20 of the projects are currently in construction, which includes the harbors themselves. And then part of the projects that have been completed include the Welly-Sizwe bridges in KZN and in all the other provinces where the Welly-Sizwe bridges are being completed. And that we do also have Welly-Sizwe bridges that are still in construction, Honorable Chair, because that was going to be my last one after the harbors. It was going to be the Welly-Sizwe bridges, and that the Welly-Sizwe bridges have created 985 direct jobs, but not skilled and unskilled. All the 985 jobs that the Welly-Sizwe bridges have created are actually artisan jobs, and not your skilled and unskilled, but actually artisan skills that it has transferred. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And Honorable Mayor.
Thank you very much. Now, that is in order. She really deserves some applause, having taken us through a very, very lengthy presentation and very difficult to go through all the details. But I'm also told that the presentation has been made available, it has been shared. So that being the case, I'm sure will keep members fairly happy. As we move to the next presentation. Now, on my list, the next presentation is supposed to be Parks now, supposed actually to start with him. Because Monty arrived before he did. But in the list and in the program, Monty is supposed to be the last.
Yes, 3 o'clock he was supposed
to be the last.
But
Why
he's
don't
the
you start
senior.
with Parks? Honorable Tau.
Thank you very much. NCOP, ministers, deputy ministers, honorable members. Firstly, let me thank you for indulging me.
Yeah.
My apologies. Thank you very much, Chair of the NCOP, Deputy Chair, ministers, deputy ministers, I saw the Premier of the Free State, honorable members. Firstly, thank you for indulging me. Having just arrived now, considering that traveling from Port St. John's to Cape Town requires you to go to Johannesburg, which on its own was a complication. Honorable chairs, you are aware, the date of the 9th of March 1998 signified the adoption of the White Paper on Local Government. This is a strategic piece of paper that was dedicated to the memory of Tsepiso Mashinini, chairperson of the White Paper Working Committee, and all other women and men who contributed to the building of a democratic system of local government in South Africa. Furthermore, it spells out the framework and a program in terms of which existing local government systems will be radically transformed. Lastly, It establishes the basis for a system of local government, which is centrally concerned with working with local citizens and communities to find sustainable ways to meet their needs and improve the quality of their lives. The medium-term strategic framework builds on this dream, as this dream is politically set by the people of this country. Honorable members, the task of 2019 to 2024 MTSF is to resolve the three uncomfortable challenges of local government. And these challenges are, firstly, governance, financial management and administration. Secondly, the systemic issues around powers and functions. And thirdly, non-viable municipalities due to apartheid spatial planning, lack of revenue, and related issues. Indeed, no one single institution, no person or sector of society can resolve these challenges alone. These challenges require all of us to work together as a collective to resolve them. The adoption of the district development model by this sixth administration is a step in the right direction. This is stated since it enables us to focus on a coordinated manner and to resolve these uncomfortable challenges impacting on developmental local government. For the Department of COGTA under leadership of Minister Nkadimeng, the MTSF is the guiding framework that informs our strategic plans and performance reports. For us, we take it one step further and would like to argue that the MTSF is our contract with society. In every contract, there are terms and conditions, and as a department, that is central to building a better South Africa as we respond to all the priority areas in the MTSF. We recognize that these priorities are interdependent and progress in one area is critical to success in other areas. For example, economic transformation and job creation are essential for improving social cohesion and safe communities, while reliable and quality basic services are essential for creating the conditions for economic growth. Honorable members, the national fiscal model continues to be unsustainable as it does not prioritize local government or take into account local government financial challenges. It has to a greater extent contributed to the worsening of some aspects of the governance challenges in local government. Multiple shocks in municipal finances will have deep and lasting impacts on municipalities, including sharp declines in revenue and liquidity. These include poverty and changing demand patterns. And when we talk about changing demand patterns, we're also talking about the reality that more and more people, particularly the wealthy, are moving off the grid and therefore not paying the municipalities for electricity. This takes away from the revenue of local government. And as we continue to intervene on the demand side, the pressure will continue to be felt by our municipalities. We're also experiencing rising expenditure demands in certain core functions, such as refuse, facilities, cemeteries, crematoria, water, human settlements, etc. And of course, systems gaps. And these include rising costs of borrowing and consequences of increased number of fiscal crises, which require intervention. So what do we do and what have we been focusing on as a department? Let us learn, honorable members, from these challenges and rethink local government so that we continue to respond to our constitutional imperatives, which are to provide democratic and accountable government for local communities, to ensure the provision of services to communities in a sustainable manner, and to promote social and economic development, to promote a safe and healthy environment, and to encourage the involvement of communities and community organizations in the matters of government. Honorable members, allow me to talk briefly about the district development model.
One plans have been developed in the majority of municipalities. In this regard, our department is currently assisting provinces and municipalities to review these one plans to ensure alignment, but importantly, that programs and projects identified are impactful and will change lives. Secondly, the department is currently reviewing Section 47 of the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act, which is to be gazetted for public comment. This change in regulation will be a significant milestone as it will enable all three spheres of government to strengthen their relations through the lens of the district development model. We must recognize that the Auditor General noted that political instability and ineffective governance processes at council level were apparent throughout the term of the previous administration. The root causes relate to, amongst others, council's failure to appoint senior managers with the requisite skills, delays by administration to approve service delivery projects, leading to poor service delivery, and a whole range of other challenges. A multi-pronged approach, therefore, is required, and this includes addressing operational inefficiencies, incompetence, and governance failures, which is required to ensure sound fiscal discipline in the longer term. A total of 7.1 billion in the period between 2016-2017 to 2019-2020, and 6.6 billion in the period 2020 to 2021 and 2022 to 2023 was allocated to support capacity building in municipalities to improve financial management. Our focus going forward is to ensure that we optimize value for money from these investments through enhanced institutional and financial support directly through municipalities in terms of Section 154. Honorable Chair, the Community Work Program is an economic and social cooperative model to ensure that communities become part of the service delivery model of government. We have already seen a significant improvement in the operational efficiency of the program since the adoption of the new CWP implementation policy in 2021. The savings realized through this process allowed us to increase the daily stipend paid to participants, but to also increase the number of participants from 250,000 to 255,000 within existing budget allocations. During the coming financial year, we intend to integrate the CWP into the core work of the department to ensure that it supports the district development model approach. We are confident that our new approach will ensure that apart from proving an employment safety net, useful work and appropriate training will empower participants to improve their economic agency and contribute to the improvement of public goods and services. On municipal performance reporting, Section 43 of the Municipal Systems Act provides that the minister may prescribe and regulate a general set of key performance indicators to local government. Performance of local government since the establishment of democratic and local and developmental local government is concerning. It is for this reason that COGTA established standardized national key performance indicators that can be seen in all municipal integrated development plans and service delivery and budget implementation plans. Considerable progress was made in this regard since 2017 in the implementation of these in metropolitan municipalities. It took our metropolitan municipalities 3 years to get to a point where they are able to report adequately on these indicators. With regard to non-metro municipalities, progress with reporting is differentiated across provinces, with municipalities in the Western Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, Gauteng, and Limpopo maintaining a relatively high level of reporting throughout 21-22 and the first 2 quarters of 22-23 financial year. And we anticipate working with our local government that we should improve reporting in the next financial year. On promoting good governance, as part of reinforcing our efforts in relation to the promotion of good governance and the fight against corruption, the department launched the Local Government Anti-Corruption Forum and the Local Government Ethical Leadership Initiative in September 2022 in collaboration with key stakeholders, which include heads of law enforcement agencies. The Local Government Anti-Corruption Forum has been established at a national level in collaboration with these agencies, bringing together government, organized local government, business and civil society to ensure better collaboration and coordination to fight corruption in local government. On the Code of Conduct of Councillors, this code was migrated from the Local Government Municipal Systems Act and introduced as Schedule 7 in the Act, with various interventions brought into the code. Prior to commencement of the Act, the code was included as Schedule 1 in the Systems Act. To further entrench the culture of accountability and to promote ethical leadership in councils, we're in the process of finalizing Code of Conduct regulations for councillors. The regulations have been consulted with stakeholders, including MECs and the South African Local Government Association, and we anticipate that these would be gazetted very soon. Honorable members, please allow me to share a word or two on the status of coalitions in local government. As we agree, this is a sensitive topic and many municipalities across the country are struggling to effectively manage coalitions. Understandably, this area of local government impacts on all of us. It is an output of a democratic process, but its outcome has negatively impacted on service delivery. In an effort to address the challenges facing coalitions in local government, the department is currently in a process of developing a draft local government system structures amendment bill, which bill would look at interventions that would stabilize the environment around coalition governance, particularly at the local government level. This would include amendments to the Local Government Structures Act, amendments to provide, amongst others, a minimum threshold to be elected into council, including how to constitute the executive. Lastly, the amendments will enable the Minister of COCTA to make regulations aimed at improving the governability and stability in areas that are governed by coalitions. Improving service delivery outcomes in local government relies heavily on enhanced capacity and performance in municipalities. In the 2022 State of Local Government Report to Cabinet, it is demonstrated that the number of dysfunctional municipalities has increased from 64 to 66 between 2021 and 2022. Post the local government elections, just over 30 municipalities are under administration, of which 3 are under national intervention in terms of Section 1397 of the Constitution. Of course, we continue to say that in line with the principle of subsidiarity, it is the prerogative in the first instance of provinces to intervene, and it is only in instances where these interventions are either not adequate or not instituted in provinces that national government should come in, so that we maintain the principle of subsidiarity. With regards to support for the built environment, I'm conscious of my time, Honorable Chair. 103 built environment professionals have been appointed through the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agent and to provide support to municipalities. These officials have been deployed to provide technical support to assist municipalities with infrastructure development throughout the product life cycle from cradle to grave. This starting from the planning stage to implementation and developing maintenance models for our municipalities.
Can you try and round off?
Thank you very much. So I was just emphasizing that we've got a number of interventions to support municipalities through MISA, and amongst others, ensuring that the resources allocated are actually spent in municipalities. As I conclude, it is important to note that 17.5 billion rand has been allocated in the next financial year through the municipal infrastructure grant, with 39% of this going towards water projects, 28% towards roads projects, 19% towards sanitation, and the remainder focusing on other services in local government. Our task, therefore, is to ensure that support is provided to local government to effectively and efficiently spend this money and ensure that the services required reach the people that are deserving of these services. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. As a good acknowledgement on matters related to municipalities and local government. We now have the last presentation by Honorable Kungubere, the Minister. Monty likes that kind of talk. I must first chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable A.M. Mandora, the chairperson, one of the members of the NCOP.
Yaku. I was still excited by that. Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of NCOP, Honorable Musondo, Honorable Deputy Chair, Honorable Lucas, Honorable members of the NCOP, members and deputy ministers present, and all of protocol observed. I thought I must first extend my apology. I wish I could have been part of this exercise from the morning. I don't like doing it this way, coming and presenting like a bishop in and out. But because of my newness where I'm working, Sengumakoti. It is a privilege to be here in this house to present to you progress of the work done by the department and sector in advancing communication and digital technologies in the country. Knowing very well, we are called upon to highlight issues on which the NCOP will focus for oversight. Honorable Chair, as we approach the last year of this administration, I wish to highlight the strides and successes, as well as we will implement towards closing this administration. Honorable members, the department was tasked with mandate to advance the medium-term strategic framework targets, and I wish to highlight some of these targets and successes, namely auctioning the high demand spectrum, concluding the digital broadcasting migration, ensuring that the country has the adequate digital skills to participate in the digital economy, and ensuring that we modernize and digitize government to be able to deliver services. Of course, Honorable Chair, the biggest challenge as we move towards the digital world, we come to realize that the digitization is going to be the key lever of the economy of the future, whatever kind of economy it is. But the biggest challenge is to ensure that we eliminate the divide, to ensure the access to the least privileged. on the high demand spectrum licensing. On the auctioning of the high demand spectrum, I am happy to announce that after 7 years of delay, we auctioned the high demand spectrum for wider use by society. Not only will the access to this spectrum inject economic benefits, but will also improve the digital infrastructure to enable 5G and deployment of new technologies. I acknowledge 6 operators who participated in the auction that raised over 14 billion rands to the fiscus. The revenue collected from the completion of the spectrum auction has unlocked new investment and contributed to our fiscus. Over and above this, the operators committed to honoring special obligations that will ensure that the public schools, public clinics and hospitals, police stations, and office of the traditional authorities are connected. The rollout will commence this year, and we ensure that in the next 36 months, all these institutions are connected. On the broadcasting digital migration, another program which will ensure a vibrant economy is the migration from analog to digital broadcasting. Honorable Chair of the NCOP, following the President's announcement during 2023 State of the Nation Address on SONA, the department and entities are finalizing installations of outstanding registered households and complete the switch off analog transmission in the remaining 4 provinces of the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, and Gauteng. We have successfully switched off in 5 provinces, namely Free State, Northwest, Northern Cape, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga. These provinces are now enjoying wider quality of services and programs, ranging from 24 hours new channels provided by SABC, educational content, sports, and other entertainment programs. We will, Honorable Chair, be switching off in the remaining provinces and ensuring that no one is left behind. As a current government, we have made sure that needy households are subsidized with set-top box. We also made sure beneficiation to the community by making sure that installers are sourced locally. We have over 14,000 installers in this program participated, and I'm happy to announce that over 44% of those are women and no less than 1,000 companies. The provincial governments, district and local municipalities are supporting this process, as well as COCTA, to raise awareness about the progress and what is expected of communities. Post-installation infrastructure of a consumer contact center placed at Centec is in place to support beneficiaries about program-related challenges. In the broadband area, Honorable Chairperson, in our quest to ensure that 80% broadband access, we will have adopted a new model of SA Connect to ensure we reach majority of our population. In this regard, we adopted a 3-tier model. The revised model and implementation plan for the SA Connect Phase 2 propose the following key interventions. What I'm trying to say, Honorable Chair, is that our Phase 1 would have made us to only connect 970 when the target is 40,000 and more. But looking at that speed and timing, the new approach, which is referred to as 3-tier model in Phase 2, is one approach we think is going to actually move us faster and at a better scale. The following 3 tiers is as follows. Electronic communication service providers licensed by the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa, ICASA, will be obligated to connect 18,036 schools, 3,870 health facilities, and 8,241 tribal authority sites within 36 months from the date of licensing. The department and ICASA are currently negotiating with telcos who did not fulfill their social obligations from 2014 licensing conditions to connect the 15,691 government sites, including 949 libraries and 2 song centers. Second tier, SETA will provide and maintain connectivity to government sites through the current allocation of individual departments. And three, connecting of South African communities and homes to internet will be facilitated by the broadband infraco and Centec working with SETA and the ICT industry on an open access principle. This will enable the access to backbone infrastructure, including base stations and points of presence, and the virtualization of government network to also provide public network platform. This partnership will enable small and emerging services providers, such as internet service providers, wireless access service providers, mobile virtual network operators, and the ICT mobile network operators to connect communities within 36 months. As such, Honorable Chair, the PBI, Centec, and SETA will provide 840 open access base stations and 33,539 community Wi-Fi hotspots to cater for 5 million households through the WASP, ISP, and MVO, all those which I've read up there. WASP being a wireless access service provider, and MVNO being mobile virtual network operators. It will actually be done by those. And then on the e-government, in other words, the digitization of state, on modernizing government, Honorable Chair, we are rolling out the National E-Governance Strategy and Roadmap, which is to guide digital transformation of public service in South Africa into inclusive digital society where all citizens can benefit from the opportunities offered by digital house technologies to improve their quality of life. The medium-term strategic framework 2019 to 2024 makes provision for the department to ensure the implementation of national e-government strategy and roadmap to realize digitalization of the whole of government by 2024. A 3-year implementation plan of the national e-governance strategy has been developed and approved. In addition, the DCDT which is the department, has prioritized the redesign of the national e-service portal and the uploading of prioritized e-services in collaboration with State Information Technology Agency, SETA, as deliverables of the approved government strategy and roadmap. The department, together with DPSA and GCIS, identified 255 services to digitize and modernize the government public-facing business. 3.5, on the Presidential Commission on the 4th Industrial Strategic Implementation Plan. Honorable Chair, honorable members will remember that the President commissioned a study on the 4th Industrial Revolution that's happened, I think, around 2019 or 2018. As deliverable, the Presidential Commission 4th Industrial Revolution report was approved by Cabinet on the 23rd, 2020. It was thereafter published in the Government Gazette, number 43834 on the 23rd October 2020. The department conducted robust stakeholder consultation and input. Input was incorporated into the Presidential Commission 4IR Strategic Implementation Plan. The PC4IR Strategic Implementation Plan was finalized in 2022 March last year. The department programs of action for 4IR were developed in the PC4IR Strategic Implementation Plan, which was concluded and approved. The department developed M&E framework to assist in the monitoring of PC4IR implementation. And this framework will be operationalized through the onboarding of 4IR initiatives across the country, which will be monitored to identify their socio-economic impact. Honorable Chair, honorable members, the PC4IR SIP, which is Strategic Implementation Plan, positioned the department as a lead facilitator and a coordinator of 4IR in the country Through the Presidential Commission for our strategy, all public and private institutions work together to digitally transform South Africa. Key to the department's role, an awareness strategy for 4IR was developed as an initiative to be rolled out to build strong relationship with stakeholders. The success of the strategy has resulted in witnessing multiple programs in the past financial year, where provincial government and industry have been seen working and implementing initiatives that complement the recommendation of the PC4IR. On the Artificial Intelligence Institute, one of the key recommendations from the Presidential Commission 4IR report was related to the establishment of a National Artificial Intelligence Institute, which has led to a launch of series of hubs, starting with Joburg, recently in TUT. The artificial intelligence involves the theory and development of computer systems to perform tasks usually requiring human intelligence and required to be bedrock technology in the 4IR, underpinning the connection in the cyber, physical, and biological systems. The need for research and development and implementation are critical and must be embedded within the state. This embeddedness will enable the generation of new knowledge and creative technology application in sectors such as health, agriculture, education, energy, manufacturing, tourism and information technology, communication, and amongst others. The report further states that once the AI Institute is established, its mandate should include training to the whole of society and hinge on creating positive social impact. The launch of artificial intelligence hubs on the 30th of November 2022 in the University of Joburg, 24th March 2023 at the Tswana University of Technology will ensure we'll develop skills for the country. In the rapid deployment area, which is 3.6, as part of fast-tracking priority structural reforms, the department has finalized the policy and policy direction on rapid deployment of electronic communications network and facilities. The implementation of the rapid deployment policy with standard model for granting of municipal permissions will ensure that there are no undue delays in the rollout of broadband infrastructure. This is part of the commitment to ensure that all South Africans have access to the internet by 2024. The policy and policy direction on rapid deployment on electronic communications network and facilities was submitted to Cabinet for approval. On the digital and future skills, the implementation program of National Digital and Future Skills identified various interventions to be undertaken through a multi-stakeholder approach. One of these interventions is the provision of training. To this end, the department, Honorable Chair, worked with the National Electronic Media Institute of South Africa, which is NEMISA, so-called, in identifying training partners for some digital skills. My last paragraph, or my last section, dealing with the mechanism in place for sustained and strategic communication of the milestones of the sixth dispensation, with particular focus on line department achievements and how do we sustain this communication of this information. 4.1 is social media, which has proven to be an effective way of interacting with the population on social media platforms. 4.2 is website. The department has an updated website that serves as a repository of program of department as well as all publications, speeches, legislation, etc. The website is a useful tool to keep the public aware about the work of the department. 4.3, collaboration with academia and ICT sector. The department has established collaboration with academia and the ICT sector for independent endorsement of its work. A case in point in this regard is the collaboration with the University of Joburg and the Tswana University of Technology as initial hubs of artificial intelligence institutes of South Africa. An independent voice speaking on behalf of department and government commands more respect and credibility. The circle of independent endorser will continue to expand as more centers of excellence of the institutes are brought on board. 4.4, before the last, Media engagement. The department coordinates media briefing sessions from time to time to keep the public abreast on strategic projects of the department, such as the broadcast digital migration, SA Connect, and legislation as it gets approved by cabinet for public consultation. 4.5, community outreach programs. These programs take the form of launches of programs intended to benefit the community, such as the planned countrywide launch of more than 33,000 community Wi-Fi hotspots. Various promotional material is shared with the communities for sustained communication and market of the department's work. In conclusion, this is an attempt, Honorable Chair, to reflect our commitment, which is going to intensify as we move forward, to make sure that this intervention ensures that all South Africans have access to information, opportunities that lies in the internet, so that we leave no one behind. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Very much, Honorable Minister. If I can just try and find out if Minister Ramokupa is here.
Chairperson.
We're told at the beginning that she was on her way.
Chairperson, can I just?
Some double checking so that
Can I
when
just
we
indicate that
do,
she requested?
move on, understood.
She requested that to accommodate it in the morning, but she won't be coming. So what Chairperson can do now is to continue with the interactive discussion before we conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the information I received earlier on was not quite accurate. Okay, thank you very much. Are there comments? What we'll do is to start with comments. Please feel free to comment on any of the issues. But of course, choose carefully what to comment on, because I may cut you. And to cut you at a point when your critical points are not made is not useful. So start with the most important points. So I'm now opening up, and then we'll have the responses later. Let's start with Nchabeling, Lutul, and yourself as the first round.
Yeah, thanks, Chairperson. Most of the presenters in the morning talked about building capacity for all government departments to perform and improve their levels of accountability. And they've talked about building that capacity, but the challenge is, my question is, if you're building capacity and the capacity you are building does not lead to behavioral change, it may mean two things. Either you are training the wrong people, or there's something wrong with the training that you are providing to those people. So we need to look into that also. The water situation, building of dams. It's easy to build dams, Chairperson, but maintaining the dams and keeping them to do the purposes that they are meant for is another one. Most of the dams we have are highly silted, and that siltation is caused by poor management of catchment areas of rivers and dams. You can build a dam, but if you don't look at what is happening around the dam, you'll end up with the wrong things in the dam. So those are some of the things I want to comment on. And the last one this time will be with the transfer of water from different basins. That is, there were talks during the time of Minister Kada Asman about doing what they call interbasin transfer schemes. That is transferring water from one basin to the other. Now, I just want to know what is the progress with that? Do we still have that program? And if yes, what is the progress? Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Nchableng has covered me partially on the question that I want to ask, but Deputy Minister of Public Works, she spoke of a lot of projects, especially amans that are on the pipeline, amanye alindele ukuthi approve. Does that mean ukuthi the shortage of water is going to be the thing of the past? That is my first question. And also, this one goes to all the ministers that have spoken, including the Deputy Minister, that with so much projects that we have and so much money that you've been telling us, Alama project, monitor Alama projects and the funds, azoba kangakanani, because we know ukuthi wonke ama projects, majority of the projects are because ekuba khona opololo noma obukhoshokhosho okusetshenziswa kweyimali. So umuntu ufuna ukwazi ukuthi are we going to start seeing people are being held accountable for ungasetshenziswa kweyimali ngendlela ekuyiyona? Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My assumption.
Can I ask people to please speak to the mic? And I know Nchableng's voice is very strong, but he came across weak. Not the points. The points we're making are very powerful and so on. But please speak to the mic. Yes, the Lutuli was fine.
Thank you very much, Chair. My assumption is that this is a planning session, a joint planning session, and we're here in a workshop, and we will use presentation so that we can come up with solutions. That's my assumption. Unless and earlier, Chair, we had a presentation. We have received a presentation from NPC, National Planning Commission, and on NTP priorities. And part of the presentation, Deputy Minister of COGTA, was that we are between now and Vision 2030. It's almost 7 years, and quite a number of critical priorities and objectives of NTP have not been met, and we need to meet them quickly within this period of 7 years. And we don't have any other special purpose vehicle except local government and also other government departments. Now, the second presentation, Chair, was from FFC. The indication, probably my limitation is that I don't have the presentation of COGTA. We did not get it. Probably if the question that I will ask or my proposal might be covered there. We have the report says from FFC that the expenditure we make, local government is hovering around 30%. I think where it came close, it was in 2021, where it was about 40, just about 40%. And quite a lot of money it's coming back. And it's not, so we have a limitation, there's money, but it's not being spent. And one issue that they raised strongly, Honorable Deputy Minister, was the slow pace of intervention. When at a point when we are supposed to intervene as various government department. I know money comes from treasury and blah, 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 but I COGTA as a department that looks over the local state. Now, you are talking about the institution that in their presentation says it gives us 13% of the workforce and all metros, they are giving us 50% of GDP. Now it tells you the importance of that state. So the fact that we are slow in terms of arresting a crisis at its emergence. So I did not get out of that. We are left, it's our last term, the sixth parliament is going. What is it that probably you think of doing, knowing that you don't have to do any other research now in terms of knowing the challenges of non-expenditure, knowing the challenges that were within 7 years to 2030, what intervention, especially the automated intervention, but because you wish to have some kind of an automated intervention so that we are not being accused of interfering or of being bullied, a local state that has its own constitutional imperatives and powers, you know, as an independent state. So that's my issue. Thanks.
I'm sure Honorable Tawes noted the point. Let's go to the second round. Sizagele Muima, who else wants to speak here? Yes. Okay, in that order.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just maybe the first thing that I want to do is to acknowledge the presentation made by all presenters, both in the morning and this afternoon. I will actually focus on the ones that were done this afternoon because we did interact with the presentations of the morning. The first comment, Chair, is about the commission, and I'm saying this because there was a commissioner that presented, or a lady that was from a commission that presented to us. And I'm actually more interested about us not being able to achieve the 40% in terms of giving jobs to women companies or to women in general. And I think, Chair, my comment is, you know, commissions are actually established by government to assist us in terms of delivering services. And I think it is important, Chair, to indicate that, you know, some of the commissions, Chair, are not able to be proactive. They wait until something wrong happens, then they respond or react. I'll make an example about Gender Commission. You know, it is important for Gender Commission that from time to time, they need to make interventions that will assist government to deliver. In the last few years, we're seeing more girls graduating at high school as well as at institutions of higher learning, and less boys are actually graduating, and that is actually, it has a negative impact on society, and it's a serious problem because the question that one might ask is those boys that don't graduate biagopi, and some of them end up being criminals or drug users, etc., etc. And these are some of the things that I'm just making an example, Chair, in relation to what was presented earlier. These are some of the things that when you have a commission is supposed to then monitor some of the activities that are happening in the area where they're actually appointed to assist government to do. And I think the commission that presented earlier in a way, my issue is, yes, there is 40% that was announced by the president and we're not able to achieve. What is the intervention of the commission in order to make sure that we correct such? That is actually the first thing that I want to direct. But the other issue, Chair, is the reports that are supposed to go to provinces. whilst one welcomes those reports that were presented here, when are they going to go to provinces? But also to how do we then monitor that if there is a pronouncement at national level, how do provinces also need to be monitored in terms of implementation of that particular pronouncement? Because we might think because national is doing something, but what about provinces as chair? And I think we need to develop a monitoring mechanism to make sure that provinces do deliver on all government pronouncements, chair. The other issue, chair, that I want to raise is the issue that I appreciate the presentation by Deputy Minister Tau, and I think it was a very important presentation to us. But I think one of the areas, chair, that we are not focusing on is actually revenue collection at local government. We can't monitor or even indicate that local governments are not performing, and the number of non-performing local government structures or should I say municipalities is increasing, chair. But where will they get money to actually deliver? They can't operate on MIG funds, and more municipalities are now depending on actually MIG funds, not on revenue that is supposed to be collected. And I think we really need to start looking at payment of services in our municipalities in order to increase revenue. Remember, municipalities depend on collection or selling. I'll make an example, and it's actually based on, I hope I'm a fighter, won't fight with me on this one, chair. We sell, local governments sell water, sell electricity, etc., in order for them to have to actually get more funding, and in order for them to run municipality. And currently, with a number of land invasion, chair, it's very, very difficult for us to, I'm not at local government as province, but for us to be able to collect. And when we are unable to collect, it means we won't be able to deliver services, even if people do demand and expect services from yourself. And I think it is time that we also focus on this particular issue of collection or revenue collection, chair. The other issue, chair, is linked to that revenue collection. Remember, majority of government jobs are at local government, chair. So it means we are able to collect. We are actually, it becomes more and more difficult for local government to pay their employees. Last, chair, on this issue, Honorable Tau, is the issue of, I'm happy with the intervention of the bill, chair, because even on numbers, I mean, you can't have a person with 20,000 who have been voted by 20,000 people to have a seat in government, you know. And I think I'm happy that we are beginning to look at really at that bill, that at coming up with a bill to actually correct some of the things that are happening at local government. And I hope that it will be done soon before the next next elections, chair. The other issue that I want to raise with Minister Swartz is the issue of projects, and I'm happy that it is definitely the last point, chair. It is definitely the last point. Chair, the issue for me, I'm worried about the floods. That the projects that she actually presented here on roads, are they, the majority of them, are they on the ones that were affected by floods? And it was very empowering to get the presentation on a number of public works programs, and I think it will help us in provincial governments to monitor whatever that the Deputy Minister has actually presented. It is much appreciated. Thanks, Chair.
Minister noted the point.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo wa ntlo ya bosetšhaba ya kgaolo ya di-province. I have two questions. The first one is directed to the Deputy Minister of Public Works. And the second one will be to Deputy Minister Parks Down. On the issue of EPWP, the unemployment is a major a challenge in our country, and the EPWP program was introduced to sort of mitigate the challenge, and as part and parcel of the EPWP program, the importance of artisanal skills program is quite critical. It will be important to hear from the Deputy Minister what is the department is anticipating to do to broaden that artisanal skills program, but at the same time, what is the program of the department to energize the EPWP workers, given the fact that the work that they are doing, we saw with during the COVID, and we saw this week there was a march by the EPWP workers that were part and parcel of the COVID intervention program. But I think the broader issue is what is the department doing to ensure that the conditions of the EPWP workers is improved, and also what is the department doing to ensure that there is a broadening of the artisanal skills program that are part and parcel of the EPWP. The second one to Deputy Minister Parks Down. The DDM as a program, my take is that it is a program that is somehow linked to what in the past we had in the form of integrated sustainable rural development program and the urban development program. The question that I want to pose to the Deputy Minister is, what are the plans that the department is having in terms of ensuring that in the next coming 12 months, the DDM program is used to ensure that there is improvement in terms of the interface across the three spheres of government, with a view to ensure that the challenges that we experience across matters that relates to local government are on the agenda, both of the provincial and national government, precisely by virtue of the weaknesses that were identified, whether it is across the broadening of the basic provision of services, whether it is in terms of the local economic development, whether it is in terms of the financial and financial viability and capability, and also at the same time, what is it that can be done through the DDM to ensure that the professionalization of a public service, which at the heart of it is meritocracy, and also the values around Batupele, also find expression in the sphere of local government. Thank you, National Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chair, Honorable Sakele covered most of the things that I wanted to ask. But mine is just directed to the Deputy Minister of Infrastructure. But that is on the issue of she mentioned in a presentation about, I think it was 42 infrastructure projects. And then she said 18 were already done. Implemented. So I just want to tell the others, there's no time frame or when you will complete the others. I'm not sure that I hear correctly. Thanks, Chair.
Now I'm coming to this part of the chamber. If anybody wants to make any comment here? This side. No comment. I see you smiling. Broadly covered. Thank you very much. Can you now have the responses? We start with Bernice and move this way. Bernice Mondley and then Honorable Tau.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On the member that asked about whether the rollout of dams is going to assist us in the water issues, the answer is yes. But also that you will have noted in my presentation that the bulk infrastructure projects that are being done by ISA, you will see that ISA does not just implement water projects on its own, but that it has a partnership with the Department of Water and Sanitation. So the custodian of the dams and maintenance of water still becomes a issue housed by Department of Water and Sanitation. And it is very true that yes, we can roll out bulk infrastructure and build all the dams to say that we are solving the water issue. But it is indeed true that whether it's in construction or in water, but in any infrastructure related projects, if there's no maintenance, those projects will not exist after some time. So it is very true that as much as we're implementing bulk water infrastructure projects, that they should be maintained. And that just to bring some clarity, that everyone must remember that Infrastructure South Africa is actually an MOU between IDC and the DPWI. And that is where we come in, because it becomes an entity under us, because Public Works, our main role is to roll out bulk infrastructure. And then the other honorable member spoke about what is being done because of the huge budgets that is in the presentation and the value of the projects, and talking about whether there is no corruption and fraud involved in the projects. I think, Honorable Chair, on that, because there are already a number of huge projects that have been completed, that these projects have been audited, and that audit reports for these projects that have been completed can be made available, so that the honorable member can see that the projects were being done in line with being audited. Thus far, the ones that are completed, there are audit reports for those that have been completed. And then we spoke about whether the projects that are being done, I'm going to give an example. There's a P project, which is the Valgamagara project here, which a mine has put in 4.5 billion, and the difference has been put in by government, because this shows that everybody is concerned and worried about coming out with solutions on curbing the problems that are around water. So yes, that shows that there is a commitment from government, so that the water issue becomes an issue of the past, so that we don't have to deal with it. On the EPWP, I must say EPWP, yes, is with us as Public Works, but I must say that each and every province tends to implement EPWP in a manner which they deem is their program. Now, what we want to do at Public Works is that EPWP should in fact create artisans. which must then give us an exit strategy. Because if you run an EPWP program and you say you are creating a jobs and people are building a road and there's somebody standing there with the red cloth flagging down cars, there is no skill in that. So we need to come up with a manner in that Public Works itself drives EPWP, that we have skilled artisans which can then have an exit strategy, which means that those people can be absorbed and employed within Public Works and then within the infrastructure and construction industry, so that they become viable participants of the economy. But if we take EPWP, that it's a 3-month program where people cut grass, and after they finish cutting grass, we say that they were part of an EPWP program, because there is no skilling in that. So I agree with you that we need to take EPWP as the key driver of creating employment, but that the programs we run must be that of skilling artisans and skilling people within the construction industry. And also that the most important part is that any EPWP program that does not have an exit strategy is not going to assist us to see the end of unemployment, because you will employ a person for 3 months, they sit at home, then you are practicing unemployment in reverse, because you say you gave a person an opportunity for 30 days or you call it 90 days, which then does not really say that what skill the person got out of that. And then there was also the question in terms of how many projects have been completed. And you said I did not give timeframes. What I said that is that under the 6th administration, the completed projects so far are 10, which means that those are projects where we can go on site, they are finished, they are done and dusted, they are sealed. I then said that there are 18 projects to be completed in the 23-24 financial year, which are projects which are currently under procurement, and they will start now. So we would not know whether they would be done by then because of the magnitude of the projects. And that is why when I was presenting, I was giving in detail each project, even those that are still in the procurement stages, as to what the cost will be and how much has been used so far. And then I said that there are 14 projects in preparation stages, but I equally said those are the projects will not be implemented in the 6th Parliament, which means that those are the projects that will be carried over into the 7th Parliament, but that currently we have 20 projects where people are currently on site now. They were in site today, this morning, which are the 20 ones. I hope that I've covered all the areas, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Let's start with Dow. Then we'll come back to Monty. Monty says there's nothing that has been directed to him, so we pass on to Dow.
I suppose as a member of cabinet, you might have to close the camps.
Okay, fine. Sorry.
Thanks, honorable members. Just in terms of the projects and ensuring that they are concluded, and I'll respond to both the question of Mick and also the original question around the completion of projects. One of the things that we have assigned our MISA engineers to do is not only to sit back and wait for what happens in municipalities, but to monitor and enable timeous intervention to ensure that where it is necessary, we're able to move in and assist. Now, if you look at the MIG numbers, for example, the annual consolidated numbers suggest that MIG has been performing at above 80%. The reality on the ground differs, because there are municipalities that are underspending significantly. There are those that are spending well, and the money is shifted from those that are underperforming to those that are performing. So when you look at the consolidated number, it looks good, but the municipalities that are struggling continue to struggle. So we have said in the department that we have to change the way in which we measure. We want to measure those municipalities that are struggling and the support that we provide to the municipalities that are struggling. Because when we just look at the number, we simply shift the money to those that perform, and those that perform spend more than 100% every year because they get the additional money that comes from others. So it is a change in orientation and approach that we're introducing immediately, in fact, in the next financial year. With regards to the mechanisms of support, we have introduced the integrated monitoring support and interventions bill that would enable, in a legislated way, government to intervene, but not only start by intervening. There's a duty to monitor. You don't come at the end and say, you are in trouble, we're intervening. You monitor and you support before you even get to intervention. You prevent yourself from getting to the need for intervention. And it should be in extenuating circumstances that you intervene. The bill is intended, if passed by Parliament, to enable us to do exactly that. It imposes a duty for that level of monitoring, so that by the time we get to the point of intervention, Parliament can ask the question, so what did you do in the first instance on monitoring, on support, before you come to us in the NCOP and require agreement on your intervention? So it's a change in orientation that's there. And of course, as I said, we have the engineers and other technical support that we're providing directly to municipalities. It's easier said than done, I should say. Sometimes we send the engineers and sometimes the municipalities say, who are these people? Because we might not have sorted out responsibilities between our team and the municipal teams. So there's also issues of monitoring areas of implementation and improving the relationship that we build with our municipalities and MISA. With regards to revenue collection, we are currently running projects on revenue collection and have identified a number of pilot sites where we are supporting revenue collection interventions. And these include Mpofana in KwaZulu-Natal, Mogalakwena in Waterberg, Msukulikwa in Mpumalanga, Madibeng in the Northwest, and Jomorolong in the Northern Cape. But these are pilot initiatives that directly support revenue enhancement initiatives in local government. One of the areas, though, we've observed is that municipalities don't always take advantage of the Municipal Systems Improvement Grant, because the grant is there to help municipalities improve their systems, whether these are billing systems, whether these are metering systems, and so on. So it is also about encouraging and supporting municipalities to take fuller advantage of these facilities that would enable them to improve their own revenue. So municipalities sit back and say, we're struggling and they don't always access the resources at their disposal on application, of course, to be able to intervene in this regard. On the coalitions, I think we are broadly in agreement. We will be introducing the bill, the amendments to the bill, so that we create stability in this regard. And I suspect it will be a very intense discussion throughout the country as we go to public consultation. But we all need to work towards creating stability. I should say current legislation does allow for an executive type council, but that is done pre the election. Now, it could be that all we do is to amend and say post-election. I'm just hypothetically saying it's a possible amendment, where, for example, in KZN, they have an executive committee system. It's in proportion to the number of votes that you get into the executive. So you don't have to create coalitions from scratch. But it's done before an election. The MEC must declare the type of municipality before the elections. And there's a debate, should we do it even post the election in instances where we need stability? And those are some of the legislative amendments that we'd have to consider. And we'll introduce these and of course, take all the comments so that we're able to enhance legislation and stability in this regard. I think my colleague, Honorable Sar, spoke about EPWP. Of course, we are involved on the community work program, which is a twin sister, if you like, to the EPWP. And I did indicate the areas of improvement. We are currently working on a revised CPWP model, and we should be able to announce what the revised model is. We have seen improvement on the accountability side, reduction in overheads and so on. But in terms of modeling, we are working on a revised model so that we can bring it back. Focus in terms of the district development model in the next 12 months. The first is that the regulations should be there. It is important that we regulate because the district development model is implemented in line with the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act. So the regulations are taken from the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act that allows the minister to promulgate regulations. And the regulations will then stipulate what the expectation of all spheres of government would be. Historically, we've had a situation where it's on the basis of cooperation, and we haven't always had the same level of cooperation. So through regulating, we'd have improvement in terms of how the district development model is implemented. The second issue is that we are currently reviewing the one plans and ensuring that there is greater efficacy in the one plans so that going forward we can say this is what would be produced in a particular metro district area in a coordinated way. We then have to identify, because 12 months is a very short term. We've been discussing with the minister, so should we identify a prescribed number of projects based on the assessments that are coming out that would have us collectively working towards a common objective throughout government in implementing the TDM, because sometimes government gets stuck in writing regulations, building structures, and all sorts of things without the actual product. And we're trying to introduce a focus that says, here's the product, everybody works towards a common product, but we haven't gotten to a point yet where we can comfortably say, this is the sort of product that we would present ultimately to cabinet, but also to the other spheres of government at the point at which we say implementation should take place and will collectively be held accountable against that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kungubere, you still want to make a comment?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think Honorable Tao made sure that he wants to set me up for maybe there's one or two issues or three that one would want to speak about. I think the biggest challenge, Honorable Chair, probably we're confronted with, especially when you talk about coalition, is to what extent are we united on the South Africanness before we become partisan? In other words, successful countries, they have got a foundation of singularity as a nation. And political ideologies come on top of that foundation. Things that you know at all material times, the nation will come together irrespective of which party you belong to. In other words, when you see a sewage, when you see a nation exposed to diseases, when you see money being lost, stolen, those are not party issues. Those are issues that without them being sorted, no democracy can actually thrive. So I usually refer to Honorable Chair as a dimension that combines non-partisanship and partisanship, saying the clear foundation of successful nation is a solid non-partisanship, so that partisanship can last. If you go to other established democracies, you know what will unite Americans immediately, Americans. When that thing happens, there will be no Democrats, there will be no Republicans, all Americans will put together. And then the biggest challenge in our country is to pursue that. Honorable Tao spoke about
DDM deliberately linking it to constitution. If you go to chapter 3 of our constitution, it actually enjoins us as the three spheres on the singularity of South Africa and servicing of all South African within our spheres. And then if you follow that speaks about a single country. Now, one of the things we come across when we try to implement the DDM, sometimes it is subjected to partisanship. Says this is not our party, this is this type of a party. Yet all what DDM is saying organize yourself so that you can work in a more efficient way, so that you can get the best value out of the money that you spend. There's no partisanship in that. And I think probably we need to find a system that promotes in our minds that singularity amongst ourselves as a nation. It's a huge challenge, because even on this coalition, if you look at sometimes the president laughs at me, I don't pronounce it coalition. A lot of things, Honorable Chair, my assessment is that the reasons they do not work has got nothing to do with their workability. It's got something to do with the attitudes of the people who are trying to put them together. Any systems that people agree upon should work. It works as long as people have got a common pursuit. For instance, if the common pursuit is to make sure that there's stability in service delivery, you will agree on how best to work together so that you can deliver services. If the issue is about economy and so on, the problem is that there is nothing that unites those people at all. And they go there as individuals, a number of them with their selfish interest. So any system, when people agree, deliver the best it can do. Again, it's about conscientization. That's my argument, Honorable Chair. So we have a lot of work to do. Maybe that which we missed as adults, maybe we make sure our children don't go through the same, what to call. On the issue of M&E, I know my colleague will be presenting here tomorrow. On that matter, we are recasting M&E so that monitoring and evaluation is just not a department just like any other department. It is an independent department that actually looks at other departments, of course, in collaboration with them in terms of planning and so on. Because a number of times it tended to allow itself to report a lot of routine matters and the big issues being left behind. I have no doubt my colleague, when he presents tomorrow, she will articulate that dimension of the routine level and the project-oriented level. And of course, Honorable Tao says it doesn't start by evaluation, it starts by monitoring. So one of the challenges, Honorable Chair, on the monitoring and evaluation, again, is fragmentation. The Department of Monitoring and Evaluation in the presidency, with all other M&E units, whether in other departments, and Parliament and TPME are supposed to sing from the same tune. Because what TPME is seeking to do is to make sure that the commitments that have been tabled before the country are implemented. And Parliament does the same thing. My attitude is that maybe there's a need in terms of agreeing on how best to coordinate the oversight work of Parliament and that of protocol or of the executive, so that we combine that capacity and give it a bigger strength. On the issue of dams, I said, it's Honorable Member Lutuli, if I'm right. I just want to draw the attention of the House to this, that there's a point where the President last year observed that there are challenges in ensuring that there's smooth delivery of infrastructure. A lot of observations were made. Like, for instance, you find that there's infrastructure South Africa, there's an infrastructure fund, there's a budget facility infrastructure, there's a PFI.
in treasure, you find that a number of times the processing of the feasibility of projects is being done in a parallel or in a conflictual way. And you find that the infrastructure projects, they get structured along the way because there is no clear communication. A lot of work towards the end of last year has been done until the beginning of this year to actually make sure that all the projects that come into the state, there's only one single entry, which is infrastructure South Africa. The budget facility infrastructure looks at, as a treasury unit tool, looks at funding, and infrastructure fund deals with the blended project, because there are three types of what we call of capital, what we call of projects. The pure fiscal one, where the entire project gets money from government, and the second one, not in the order of importance, is the blended one. Blended one is where a project, both government and the private sector needs, but none of them can actually do it alone. They come together. That's a blended project. There's a dam in KZN, and I'm just forgetting the name, huge, which has got 50%, the public and what we call that's a blended one. The pure commercial, it's where private sector, all what they want is elimination of regulatory strictures, because they've got money. It's important that maybe the House at some stage find a way of asking the public works to come and present those models, because they assist you to monitor and assist us to make sure that those things that executive commit to are commonly understood both by the executive and yourself, so that when we monitor one another, we've got common mutual expectations. Maybe the last point is the issue of Honorable Nchabeleng spoke about the culture. Honorable members may realize that the cabinet approved last year a professionalization of the administration. It looks at a number of those issues. The issues of skills, work, productive environment, and all those kind of things. Because it has demonstrated that no matter how much skills you have, if the culture is not in order, the best skills will still not deliver. It has also been demonstrated you can have as many skills as you have if there's no leadership. You can have those skills not delivering. But leadership has actually passed the test as better improviser, even in the limitation of what we call in an environment of limitation of skills. So that adoption is another thing that, Honorable Chair, if the NCOP has got time, would ask maybe the Department of the DPSA to come and actually run it with yourselves. There's a lot of issues that we'll continue conversing about, and one must express appreciation for inviting us to be part of this three-sphere exercise, so that we actually read from the same document with regard to what are the key areas of focus towards the end of the administration. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable members, that marks the end of the issues being raised, as well as the responses from the minister and deputy ministers. We are now at a point where we should get a word or two from the deputy chairperson of the NCOP. And then, of course, I would then have to do the vote of thanks, a word or two, and then we close.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I also need to put my voice to those that said we had very, very fruitful deliberations today, and the presentations that we got is quite informing. So we don't want to say a lot, but I just want to emphasize one point in the presence of particularly one of the cabinet ministers and our deputy ministers, and that is the fact of how do we really utilize the skill that comes with the planning commission? How do we make sure that across provinces we coordinate the work that is being done by the NPC, by the FFC, and other, like someone was speaking about the commissions, other commissions? How do we make sure that the Commission on Gender Equality is able to really drive a gender equal society forward? So it is just the issue that I really want us to ponder about, and I will repeat this tomorrow in the presence of the Deputy President, that we need to make sure that there is a point of convergence. As the NCOP, we are ideally situated, but our role is oversight. So in the instance of the executive, there should be an instance where someone is responsible for making sure that there is coordination. Because I've listened to what local government is doing, I've listened to what Public Works and Infrastructure is doing, and I ask myself, if there was kind of collaboration and coordination, wouldn't we save more on all resources that is put into the different developments? I was just, I think I should mention this, and I will also repeat it before the end of tomorrow. I'm just inviting members again that tomorrow morning we will start at 10 sharp, because the DPF requested to be able to begin at 10 o'clock to do his input or his presentation. And from there, we will still have two other ministers, some MECs or premiers. We know that the Premier of Free State have been with us for the whole day, and we really must appreciate that. Some premiers and also from the side of the legislature, we will have the chairs of chairs, and they will be able to actually make input. We must try to be out of the chamber by 1:15, because by 2 we will start with questions to the president. Thank you very much from my side. I'm giving back to Chairperson.
Okay. At this point, please allow me then to firstly express an appreciation the Minister Montekungubele, as well as the Deputy Ministers Bernice and Baxter, for attendance and for participation. That's the first point I want to make. The second point is really to note something that is really outstanding, something that is worth the appreciation of the NCOP, that the Premier of the Free State has been here with us from beginning to end. That too is truly, truly appreciated. And then to officials and managers, keep up the good work. We are impressed with your performance up until now. Thank you very much. No, you should put your hands together. When I say you appreciate it up until now, it's because some of you may not be disappear between now and tomorrow. Thank you very much. We adjourn
those on the platform,
session.
Chairperson. To the members on the platform, we thank you very much.
The photographer is desperately